Okay, good morning, Council. It's 9 o'clock. Welcome, members of the audience. Nice to see people back. I will call the meeting to order and confirm that we have quorum and everyone's present. And I will ask Councillor Fitzgerald to read the land acknowledgement statement today.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robertson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to the walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thank you. A resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Thompson, is recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, May 25th, 2022 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? That carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Just a reminder, Council, that we are back at General Committee and each chair will chair their portion of the meeting, and you will be able to do so from your current seat because the Zoom can handle that. And we are going to start with invited and ceremonial presentations. We have a couple in person today, and we have a couple coming in via Zoom. So hopefully this works well. We haven't done a Zoom into our meeting before, but our first guest is Kevin Behan, Clean Air Partnership. And I believe Kevin's zooming in.
Correct. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen if I may. And I just want to confirm that you can see my presentation okay.
We can see that just fine. Thank you very much. The floor is
Great.
yours.
Thanks all for having me. So as was mentioned, my name is Kevin Behan. I work for Clean Air Partnership, and we have been working on a program design for a home energy efficiency program for the town of Huntsville. I'm just going to give a quick presentation on who we are, the program rationale and background. When I refer to the program, I mean the energy efficiency program we're talking about. And then I'm going to talk about some work we've already completed with the town and other consultants on a market analysis for such a program. Then we're going to talk a little bit about some program design elements and a future funding application to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for capitalization for the program. So as I said, I work for Clean Air Partnership. We are a charitable environmental organization. We've been around for about 22 years. We work with a lot of municipalities, primarily in Southern Ontario, about 35 municipalities we work with on a day-to-day basis down here. And we basically enable communities to act on climate change. So with regard to an energy efficiency program, why we would get into it, the needs, the rationale, the background, I'm just going to talk for a few minutes about that. Obviously, as we all know, climate change, global warming, the window to maintain that at 1.5 degrees, which is considered quite a catastrophic tipping point, is narrowing fast. We have to reduce our emissions dramatically. All orders of government, federal, provincial, and municipal or sub-provincial have to do this. Generally, we talk about emission reductions in the range of 30% by 2030 compared to 2005, or 80% by 2050. Those are typical targets we see. Buildings are approximately a third of our emissions, varies from place to place. Programs that have traditionally been created to address energy in buildings don't typically deal with the residential sector. And where they do, it's often about machinery upgrades, usually in the service territory of a utility. So for example, Enbridge Gas, where they serve homes, they could offer machinery swap outs, that sort of thing, furnace replacements or incentives for new furnaces, but they don't address the whole home, which is the bigger problem we're finding. So the Federation of Canadian Municipalities created a program about 3 years ago called the Community Efficiency Financing Program. It was funded by federal money, and it's designed to fill that gap. So that's the program that funded the work that we've already completed and the work that we seek to complete moving forward. So to tie it up in one sentence effectively, what we want to do, our buildings need to be properly insulated, really well insulated, our walls, our ceilings, our basements. Once that happens, and only really once that happens, we move to clean electricity to heat and cool our space and our water, and we get away from natural gas, propane, and oil. We get away from our fossil fuel-based fuels. We move to electricity, which we can keep clean into the future. What that actually looks like for a home, the sort of improvements that are included in such a program are things like, on the mechanical side, high efficiency furnaces, boilers, air conditioners, heat pumps, either air or ground source heat pumps. Then on the building envelope, as I said, it has to be really well insulated, which includes window and door replacements, wall insulation, basement and attic insulation, sealing of all those little gaps. On the water side, heat recovery systems, tankless water systems. And then there's other elements we can add afterwards, such as water efficiency programs, depending on local need, solar systems, and so on, which don't necessarily help with the efficiency side of things, but help to keep a home using clean energy into the future. So different programs scope out different elements based on local need. The program opportunity for an efficiency program for Huntsville are, and this is based on federal numbers, we just sort of scaled these down based on population, approximately 136 to 255 high-paying jobs, local jobs in years 1 to 4. We seek to keep our energy dollars in Huntsville. And what that means is, for all the utility bills all of our residents pay, they leave our community typically. Often municipalities own their utility, but especially for gas, oil, propane, their electrical utility, pardon me, often municipalities own, but often for gas, oil, propane, that money just leaves your community, doesn't come back. So if we can make a home efficient, using less energy, keeping those dollars in the community, it's a great economic opportunity for any community. There's also growth in the clean tech sector and more resilient and better built homes. You know, storms that come through like the one we saw last weekend, where a home is really well insulated in peak winter or in peak summer, it's way less liable to dramatic temperature fluxes and discomfort within the home. So we can actually achieve some of our climate resilience benefits as well. And there is the ability to address other municipal priorities, such as low-income housing, aging in place, other priorities as defined from place to place. There are barriers, of course, to these programs. We are describing home energy, a home renovation. So I would ask anyone who's ever had a pleasant home renovation to put their hand up. It's not generally something we look on favorably. It's work, it is disruptive. There is cost associated with this. Homeowners typically expect rebates. They don't expect financing, which is what we're going to talk about. Many of these programs don't have customer support, so we're going to talk about measures that we can put in place to deal with that, to make it a more pleasant experience for the customer and not just put it into the customer's hands and say, off you go now. There is an issue with tenure for rented homes, where often a tenant may pay utilities, but a landlord would be on the hook for upgrades to the property, so therefore they don't tend to act in that situation. There can be mortgage lender concerns with certain financing models, which we'll talk about. Workforce limitations, there's going to be a bit of a lag as these programs, you know, as they grow. Our workforce is really only catching up to where they need to be. And of course, efficiency is not valued. When we sell a home, you know, we don't have a home energy label we can put on a home typically. Efficiency is not valued the same way other elements are at the point of sale, you know, typically the granite countertop being the one that people discuss. So the Better Homes Ontario program is a third-party retrofit program run by a few different organizations, including the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, ourselves, Clean Air Partnership, and HRAI. So that's the Heating, Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Institute of Canada. And what we seek to do is to create a third-party program that any municipality can just opt into. There's certain elements cannot be taken away from the municipality in terms of responsibility, but there's many can be dealt with by a third party. So Clean Air Partnership, we work on market analysis, feasibility program design, and proposal development for capitalization of these programs. AMO works on the municipal side on recruitment and onboarding. We do program administration at Clean Air Partnership. And then the HRAI takes care of a lot of the contractor elements. So contractor verification, outreach, training. We want to make sure we're using contractors that know what they're doing, given that there's some novelty to this area. We also do some of the community outreach and development, monitoring, verification, and evaluation, and get into future program offerings together, all three organizations. So where we're at, there's some Huntsville specific elements here, going back to this Unity Plan in 2010, our local improvement charge legislation enabled in 2012. That is local improvement charge financing for energy efficiency upgrades on private property. We're going to talk about that in a minute. In 2013, Clean Air Partnership, we got into the Cheerio project, which was, I think that was a great acronym for creating home energy efficiency retrofits in Ontario, which was looking at that new legislation and how we can take that to create energy efficiency programs provincially. The Huntsville Strategic Plan in 2019 to 23 has economic development elements in it around environmental protection, sustainability, capital improvements. Our feasibility study has been just completed in the past few weeks. And of course, there was a climate emergency declaration, which was declared in 2021. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the results of the market analysis. Okay, so in the market analysis process, we take all sorts of data from the municipality, data relating to climate, housing stock, energy uses within our homes. And based on that, we use a consultant called Lightspark, based out of British Columbia, who have got a lot of expertise in this. They also take some remote sense data, some StatsCan data, a lot of demographic data, and they produce archetypes for the community. So any community can really be summarized into 6 to 10 general housing archetypes, not just for the sort of work we're doing, but for all sorts of work. Realtors do this. The whole nation of Australia, the whole country has got 8 archetypes that they believe covers 90% of the community. So we created 8 archetypes for Huntsville. And the really key points we're trying to draw to on this are the annual energy costs for each archetype and the annual carbon savings for each archetype. So those are going to vary based on the archetypes themselves and their primary heating and cooling source. So for example, I'm not going to talk through every one in detail. They're here for reference. I'll talk to some slides that bring them all together in a second. But archetype A, for example, has annual energy costs of just under $7,000 and produces about 10 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year. So that's high. That's high in terms of, that's a high energy cost, and it's a very high carbon cost. And in the program design point of any project, what we're trying to do is find out in a program, which of these archetypes do we want to hit first, assuming we don't go after all of them first. You want to get those ones that have the best energy reduction, giving us the best return on our greenhouse gas reduction and the best energy cost reduction, because that's what the homeowner is really going for here. So as you can see, archetype B is less in about $5,300 in energy costs and about 6.5 tons of carbon. And as you can see, we just go through all of these different representative archetypes, all 8 of them. So, here, archetype E, for example, annual energy costs are $2,800. This is one that will be hard to prioritize in the short term because their costs are relatively low. So therefore, their savings will be relatively low. Their carbon is about 5.9 tons per year. So again, it's high, but it's not insanely high. So this might be one we consider to go after later after we take our low-hanging fruit. But I'm going to pull it all together in, so archetype H, I'll just mention briefly. Annual energy costs of $11,500. It's extremely high. There's a great value proposition for such homes. So as you can see, there's a description at the top. These homes have above average floor area. They're oil heated. Now, we're not even dealing in today's oil price. We're probably dealing with a year-old oil price in this archetype. So the flux in pricing puts this home into a home what we really want to capture. It's almost 20 tons of carbon dioxide per year from that average home, plus $11,000 in expense. And this is what I wanted to get to, the carbon analysis and the energy cost. So here we have all 8 archetypes ranked by most carbon intensive to least carbon intensive with their approximate annual energy cost as well. So as you can see, archetypes G, B, A, they're all in and around 10 tons per year or over. Great opportunity to reduce. For A, because their energy costs are low, that's probably a gas-powered home. Maybe we don't target that one right away because it's harder to sell that in terms of reducing the energy burden on the homeowner. And when we think about that term, you know, the energy burden, that's the percentage of income spent on heating, cooling, electricity. So archetypes H, C, and A, they have a really high energy burden. So the benchmark figure for annual household income provincially is about $39,000. So a home in archetype A, for example, is spending about 30% of their income on energy. It's far too high. So it puts them in what we would call energy poverty. So A and C spend, you know, 17 and 15% respectively. You'll notice not all 8 are on that actual chart. There's a bit of a archetype eclipse happening behind archetype F there. Thinking of the economic potential then, and this is looking at all homes in the community, right? So there's 6,382 homes in the dwelling count. That's the most recent Stats Can count, I believe. So probably a little bit higher now. As you can see, there's about $35 million in total energy costs. And we break those markets down into hot, cool, or warm markets based on their potential for an upgrade. We're not suggesting that we get to keep all of these energy dollars local immediately. That would not be possible, but this is over the duration of a project and over a longer term, you know, the 15 to 20 year term, there's this sort of potential. I'm just going to talk about program design considerations then before we just wrap up looking quickly at the FCM application. So financing, the recommended financing model is to use local improvement charge financing. So this has been around for decades in Ontario for block level upgrades for things that the municipality typically puts in, sewers, sidewalks, other infrastructure, and it attaches the payment to the property. So when the home is sold, the next property owner comes along, continues paying the charge. Because the payback on energy efficiency can be higher sometimes, like beyond 5 to 10 years, which is the typical home tenure, this allows for that payback to be attached to the property so the future homeowner continues to get benefit from it. It can be offered at favorable rates. It's just dealt with by the municipal tax roll. Other options include third-party financing or on-bill financing. So on-bill financing being where the utilities are managing typically the repayments. So again, in the report which was provided, we get into this quite a bit more. So I'm just going to touch on each single element. With regard to administration, some programs can be completely administered by the municipality. Some programs can be administered by third parties. There's certain elements the municipality must administer, such as attaching the payment to the tax roll. There's other third-party elements really make for a better program and take some of the work away from the municipality, such as managing web infrastructure, playing that energy concierge role, helping the homeowners through the process, application review and approval, branding. There's several municipalities now in this Better Homes Ontario consortium, all using similar branding. They can approve payments, third parties. And by the way, when I talk about third parties, I talk about, you know, our Better Homes Ontario consortium. That's just one third party. There are many third parties, but you would have to decide which you want to go with through a municipal RFP process or some other process as you determine. Third parties can also work with proposal writing as well. Some of the homeowner supports that are typically provided include application assistance. The applications can be relatively cumbersome, especially if you're not used to dealing with this. Most people, when they get into a home renovation, they don't have an application. They may apply to the municipality for a variance or something like that, but they don't generally deal with an application like this. They might go to their bank for a line of credit or something. So it's introducing something new. When something new is introduced, it can be complex. Audit support. These homes require energy audits, either virtual or in person. Interpretation of those results should be provided. Assistance selecting contractors is important, as well as knowledge translation, the importance of energy efficiency, what price changes are going to mean over time for people, and the gathering of testimonials so we can show how it all worked is a key thing a third party can provide as well. Many of these programs provide incentives. This is not a necessity, but it is important. It's important to avoid duplication with other current incentive offerings. Third parties can be delegated to do this, but they can really accelerate program uptake, reduce energy poverty, and drive those deep retrofits we seek. So those 30% plus carbon dioxide reductions and fuel switching, getting us away from our fossil fuels onto cleaner electricity. There's also contract engagement ability, where, pardon me, so verifying contractors, having set rules and requirements for contractors who wish to participate in the program, and using the contractors as promotion is really important. Contractors end up typically driving these programs themselves in successful jurisdictions where we see them operating. And of course, we build diversity capacity within those contractor trades to do things a little bit different than has been typically done in the past. Many of these programs use loan loss reserves. They're very, very, very rarely accessed. We actually couldn't find an example of a loan loss reserve that has ever actually been accessed in any jurisdiction. That said, they do show to other, especially third-party financiers, that we're taking the potential for a default seriously. Generally, it's 5 to 10% of capital. We will recommend 5% can be held in reserve. And with regard to participant verification, how are we sure that someone who wants to join the program, they're not going to default? So there's a number of methods you can use. You can use credit checks. You can go to their mortgage lender, their bank, and say, are they in good standing? But typically, just their tax account with the municipality, once that's in good standing, that is enough, typically. And other mechanisms can be overly burdensome. So last couple of minutes, I'm just going to talk about the FCM funding application. So as I mentioned, the work that was done thus far was funded through Federation of Municipalities grant for design. They also have a window right now open for capitalizing these programs. So actually getting the money to loan out to homeowners to use for administration of the program as well. So there's a $300 million fund available. That's a national figure, so anyone can apply to it across Canada. It's open for approximately 3 to 4 years or until maxed out. It'll probably be maxed out a long time before we get to a 3 to 4 year window. It covers 80% of program costs. Municipalities must come up with 20% from non-federal funds. That 20% can be from any number of sources: capital reserves where available, Infrastructure Ontario loans, or third-party loans. Because it's recoverable debt that is going out to homeowners who are then repaying it back, it's not considered municipal debt. So it doesn't affect your debt to revenue ratios. Just a sample of what that could look like. As you see here, the first column is just what the money would be used for. The second one is the source, and the third one is just talking about other notes related to it. So for a $10 million project where a municipality provides $2 million, we would get a $5 million loan from FCM, which is again going to be repaid back through that local improvement charge system back to FCMs, not considered debt. Then there's a grant element within it. So there is an additional amount of 5 million provided in grants, where these are not repayable. These do not have to be repaid back to FCM. So they'll match the loan amounts and the grant amounts as long as the municipality can come in with an additional 20%. So sorry, a $12 million program, not a $10 million program. And that's what it could look like. So the startup costs, which can be cumbersome, because you may require a change to software or an upgrade to software used for property tax administration, for example. So we cover those sorts of things. There's consultant costs probably required at the start. We cover all of those sorts of things with the FCM money. So again, we get into this in a bit more detail in the report you've received. Similar for the homeowner. For a $25,000 loan, excuse me, homeowners could access then a $7,000 Greener Homes or Enbridge incentive grants. So that together with additional FCM money for incentives, so up to $15,000 there. And then there's different repayment mechanisms. So that's to be determined through program design in conjunction with the municipality and program administrator, if that is the municipality or a third party. You come up with different figures, different amounts, and you can offer a range to homeowners. Obviously we're in a time of increasing interest rates, so these rates can be really favorable, really attractive for homeowners. And the idea is we're trying to get towards the free retrofit idea, where we're reducing the cost to the homeowner as close to zero as possible and repaying it back over time. And my last slide, sorry, there's my details, that's the very last slide, but I'm just gonna leave it on this one, which are the key decision points required for the town at this point. So any FCM capital application has to be council approved. So that's a decision that has to be made. The financing mechanism has to be determined in that application. So you would have to determine if the town is willing to use its local improvement charge financing authorities. Capitalization must also be determined at that point. So will the town be able to provide, or how will the town demonstrate to FCM that it will provide 20% of program costs? The program delivery model in terms of working independently, working with a third party, and how much you want to carve off to a third party versus maintain yourselves has to be determined. All these other elements are not required for decisions right now for the application, but I'll just leave them up there because they're important considerations as we get into all of this. What verification mechanism are you going to use for participation? Will there be a loan loss reserve fund coverage? What geographical coverage are you going to use at first? Are you going to pick certain areas that are perhaps fueled by oil or propane, address those first before a wider program can open up? Incentives, what are you thinking with regard to incentives? Again, not a decision that has to be made right now, but something to consider moving forward. Also eligible measures. Often programs, the efficiency measures are fairly standard among most programs, but adding what homeowners might consider to be sweeteners in terms of, for example, solar power, which is a lot more attractive because it's quite visible and shows the modernity of a home, can be an important consideration as well. So I've nothing else other than to answer any questions you might have, and thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Kevin, for that. That was quite detailed, but we will go to council to see if there are questions. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, very much. Yeah, a couple of questions. Number one, in terms of administration, I have two questions actually. In terms of administration, which part of our staff here, which division in our town would look after the administration of this program?
It depends. There's several groups. I'm not sure exactly how the town is structured organizationally, but property tax, if you choose to use the FCM financing, which is what we're really here to go for, they require local improvement charge financing to be used. Therefore, revenue services, property taxation, they must be included in this. These programs are often administered by staff working in energy or environment areas within a municipality, but there is going to be other areas that you have to bring in, including, for example, approval processes, your standard approvals that you would already have for renovations. So there's several areas have to be included.
And one other question, if I might, Your Worship. And you mentioned in terms of financing, where the municipality could possibly be doing in-kind. Could you give us an example of exactly how the in-kind would work?
Yeah, so that would be in-kind staff time. So there is an in-kind, when we applied to FCM for funding, we often would add a degree of our own in-kind staff time as a donation to a project. So that would be all of the staff time. They typically attach a rate of about $114 an hour to staff time. That could be provided in kind. There's also, if the municipality, because there's a matching fund requirement for this particular program, they often would put that matching fund together with in kind. But here, for this particular one, that 20% matching cannot include staff in kind. That comes after.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. Very quick question, similar to Councillor Thompson. In your key decision points, there was the issue of program delivery model, and does the town want to work with a third-party delivery agent? And it would seem to me that that would seem to be the appropriate course. If we didn't do that, then presumably we're hiring additional staff to administer the program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that was that. I have one other question, completely unrelated. Thank you. At the very beginning, Kevin, you mentioned that efficiency is not generally valued. And I wondered if that is changing. And more recently, it seems to me that homes that are high efficiency homes, that is becoming increasingly valued. Or maybe I misinterpreted what you said.
No, I don't think you did misinterpret it. Efficiency hasn't been traditionally valued in something a homeowner is typically looking for at the point of purchase. That's primarily because there is no visibility to efficiency. If you were to purchase a car or a fridge, there's a sticker on the window of that car or the door of that fridge that shows you on a spectrum how efficient that vehicle or fridge is. For a home in Canada, you can do that, and through an energy audit, an energy auditor can come in, do a blower door test on your home and figure out where you are on that Natural Resources Canada verified scale. But it's not required when you buy or sell a home, where, for example, in the European Union, where I'm from, that is absolutely required. That is on every real estate listing, there's an A to F letter grade. And it's not just a signal of the cost of energy for that home. It goes a bit beyond that and is a signal of, is this home a high standard? Is it new? Is it going to require work in the future? So the federal government has said for the past 5 or 6 years now that they would like to have energy efficiency labeling required on homes. The previous provincial government in Ontario with the Green Energy Act had that in the act, but never actually enacted it. So we're close, but having that label required, which is not a municipal responsibility and should be done by the province or the federal government, would really change that thing. So I would expect to see it in the coming years, but I'm not sure when.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Weeb.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Kevin, for the presentation. I found it really informative, and it's very interesting and very exciting. Given that, what would be our very next step in this process?
Your very next step is the first 3 decision points on that decision slide. So council must approve application to FCM to capitalize the program. That is not guaranteed. That's a competitive process where there's a lot of municipalities across Canada who want to access the same fund. It's not an incredibly difficult fund to access, but the first step is approving the application. Approving the use of the local improvement charge financing mechanism within it, and identifying where you will get your 20% matching program cost. Those are the 3 things that have to happen next.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, thanks again for the presentation. I'm just curious, 2 things actually. You said above average floor area, so just curious what above average is. And the second one is, it's just for older homes, or can new home builders access it?
So as part of the work to define the archetypes, we took a bunch of data already housed at the home, including MPAC home data. Through that data set, we're able to get the floor area of a home and therefore define an average. I don't recall, if you'll excuse me, what the exact average number was, but that's how we arrived at the data. To your second question regarding older homes or newer homes, a lot of newer homes, especially those built pre-1990s, they were built to a different building code than was previously in existence. They're more efficient. They are not efficient. They're more efficient than the other homes. They're less likely to be those homes you target immediately. Nonetheless, those homes will also need retrofitting in the next 20 to 30 years, most likely. And so are homes that will probably come into a program like this a little bit later. Some of them that are oil heated, regardless, and propane heated, the cost of heating those homes, regardless of age of construction, is so high and is getting higher and higher and higher all the time, especially with the current volatility in pricing, that it's quite possible oil and propane heated homes could actually come in quite early into a program like this.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you once again, Your Worship. Through you to Kevin. Kevin, I just wonder how serious the federal government would be. I assume that the FCM has lobbied the federal government for this particular program, but $300 million is, I mean, that could be sucked up in the city of Toronto in no time at all. And I'm just wondering, how serious they would be. Is this an FCM, was this a lobby project on their part? And is there any suggestion that if there's any success or uptake on this program, that they might further it or consider extending it?
Yes. So we have not heard yet exactly how this program will be recapitalized, but in the most recent federal budget, and you'll have to excuse me, I don't recall the number, but it was quite mind-blowing, is being allocated to FCM again. So we don't know yet exactly how that's going to trickle down into this program, but we do expect it to be recapitalized. You are correct. Toronto could take that whole fund right away, but they are not. Toronto is using its own reserves and is using a different FCM fund to move their own home energy loan program, Better Homes TO, which is up and running right now. So I think the sooner the better, to be quite honest, with regard to getting that application in, because you're right, it's not a lot of money to spread around nationally.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. Kevin, thank you for your presentation, and I know we have a report under Corporate Services about the application process, so we will be getting to that today.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Okay, our next invited guests are actually here in person, and welcome to Christopher Jordan Stevens, Suzanne Martineau, and Ben Jardine with the Community Land Trust. Well, the council's going to find this very interesting. Councillor Weeb and Deputy Mayor Alcock and myself have seen it once, and I'm excited for the rest of council to see this. Okay. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
So thank you for having us and allowing us to present this really exciting opportunity. Huntsville, we know, is on the map for like a lot of good reasons already. I think investing in land assembly solutions to affordable development will only further cement what we already know to be true. That this town is at the cutting edge of community-based and community-focused planning. So just a little bit about the Muskoka Community Land Trust. This group, I think a board of 6 now, was originally born out of the District Housing Task Force, which was tasked with the goal of addressing the affordable housing issue in Muskoka. So just to start off, while what we're presenting today is about a particular parcel of land, the model itself can be replicated throughout Muskoka, and so we're designing it accordingly. So just a bit about what we're going to talk about today, bit of an overview, some objectives that we have, some of the issues that are in our community, which you already know. Then I'm going to pass it to Ben. You don't want to hear me talk about building, so that's Ben's job. And then I'm going to talk about how the model is affordable and how our original subsidization of this project could lead to long-lasting perpetual affordability in this micro-community. Lastly, we're going to sort of talk a little bit about some of the risks, some of the asks we're going to have to town of Huntsville, but also to the district of Muskoka. And yeah, we'll field questions after that. So really the overview, what we're trying to create is an environmental, affordable housing micro-community in the town of Huntsville on the 2.9 acres on Florence Street. And this is going to be forwarded by a nonprofit organization, which is the Muskoka Community Land Trust. I think there are 4 sort of ways that I just want to talk about off the bat about how we're different from a sort of typical development proposal. The first is that a land trust will retain ownership of the land, even if we are selling the buildings on that land. The second is we restrict the resale of those homes, and also if there's rental property, we control rental prices. So this allows us to, maintain the affordability question over the long term. We're also a nonprofit, so this organization is not in the business of making money, but of building community. And lastly is that we're going to be a large partnership. We're going to require, towns, we're going to require public help, but we're also partnering with some other non-government organizations and nonprofits, and it's going to be a collaboration. So those are sort of the ways that we're kind of different. Please don't read that slide. It's a little wordy. So you guys know the issues in our town, right? There's a lack of affordable housing. This is impacting employers. They can't find workers. Service-based wages are insufficient for current rental rates, and entry-level homes are kind of out of the question. We also have an aging population. Seniors are looking to downsize, and they're struggling to find where to downsize to. Rental rates in Huntsville are, like across Muskoka, very low. And I looked up last night what the median non-waterfront house is in Muskoka, and I got $820,000. So it's quite substantially high. So entering the market is all but impossible for people working up here right now. So our objectives are quite simple. We want to provide feasible alternatives to existing housing in Huntsville. We want to foster partnerships for long-term solutions to the housing crisis. We want to create affordable, sustainable, and environmentally responsible homes. And we want to protect that affordability over time. And we want to sort of allow families to build equity in their homes so there's a bit of class mobility. And we want to demonstrate the benefits and establish the Community Land Trust as a solution, alternative housing model across Muskoka. Like I said, this can be replicated throughout the district. So I'm going to pass it to Ben now, who's going to talk about the proposal.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning. Thank you, everyone. So the proposal that we're bringing forth today is for a particular parcel here in Huntsville on Florence Street. And we are proposing to develop 46 residential units comprised of 40 townhomes and a multi-story six-plex, 6-unit building. Next slide, please. So on the screen now is our conceptual site plan that we have created, and you can see the dwellings that we're proposing in light gray color. The multi-story sixplex is shown at the top left screen. And on the north and south sides of the new roadway are the townhouses that we're proposing. So again, 40 townhouse units, 5 buildings of 8 units each. The new proposed roadway that intersects the middle of the property, we're proposing to be a condominium roadway. And off of the condominium roadway are condensed parking areas, or cluster parking, if you will. The purpose for that is to promote green space and area for landscaping between and in front of all of the proposed buildings. There's operational benefits as well, and certainly minimizing land use. We have other amenities that may not be very well reflected on this draft. Interconnective landscape pathways to connect all of our buildings to the parking areas, to the amenities, and to the greater community, both Florence Street, and George Street. Some of the amenities that we're proposing, a community garden that's shown in the bottom right of the screen in the lighter green color. We're showing some open space or some play space. We have communal recycling, compost, and waste area. We have allocated space for transit stops at each end of the roadway, community mailboxes, covered bicycle storage, and allocated some space for other communal storage facilities as well. We've designed this site plan in mind of some of the technical and operational aspects that a development like this would need. We have stormwater management space allocated, the blue pond, if you will, on the left side of the screen, although we don't anticipate standing water. It's just there for illustration. We also have snow storage space allocated and a little bit of room for future community garden and open space expansion. So, next slide, please, Chris. Some of the more technical aspects, the townhouse units that we propose are low to medium density. We're picturing one-story, small footprint townhouses, approximately 800 square feet. So the blocks that were visible on the last screen, roughly at this point measuring 20 feet wide, 40 feet deep. It's most important to the land trust that we maintain the character and the integrity of the surrounding areas, that being mature residential subdivision, both sides. So that was most important to us. The outdoor amenities, as I mentioned, they are vital to the social prosperity of this micro-community. And promoting active lifestyles and active transportation. We know that the town has taken some initiative in promoting active transportation, and so we want to support that with social sustainability. And it's good land use planning. We've made every effort to propose this development to represent good land use planning. Next slide. I won't go through this chart in detail, but this is essentially a rubric or a checklist of all of the points that our working board put together to develop the site plan and eventually the architectural plans for the buildings themselves. So I'll highlight just a couple of them. Certainly accessibility is a huge one. It's our goal to have most, if not all, of the units designed and built to an accessible or greater accessible standard. Lighting and outdoor storage space, as I mentioned, lighting for active use of the property, both for walking and transportation, but just for the residents and the owners to enjoy. Condo roadway, as I mentioned, there was consideration given to it being potentially a one-way street if that's deemed suitable for pedestrian and vehicle safety. Shared gardens and lots of buffer zone. So these are some of the highlights, the initiatives that we've tried to work into our design. Next slide, please. So from a technical manner, some of the planning requirements that would need to occur, this site and the proposed development complies with the official plan and the zoning bylaw. However, a zoning amendment would be required. This particular parcel is currently zoned O2 for open space, and the proposed development would require rezoning to R4. May require minor variance for some reduced rear yard and front yard setbacks, although that isn't certain at this point. We would need to register a vacant land condominium to deal with the roadway and the subdivision, if you will, of the townhouse lots. But in exchange, as well with respect to parking, we would need some relief from the town's current parking bylaw, which requires 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit. On our site plan, we've currently shown 1 space per dwelling unit. So in exchange for this, the concessions that we can offer, there's less density proposed here than could actually occur. As I mentioned previously, one-story, low-profile buildings really to fit with the surrounding area, to be as low impact as possible, and really to promote open space and green area. So we have put forward just a rough and approximate timeline and list of steps that would have to occur from here. So we are currently in the due diligence stage, starting with the master plan, developing project briefs, meeting with stakeholders, and of course, today is a pivotal moment for the Land Trust presenting to Council. This process could take 3 to 4 months. From there, we would move to detailed site plan designing and actually seeking to commence work on the property if approved. Servicing, clearing of lots, identifying tree buffers and such that would have to remain, getting ready to start an actual construction. Next slide, please. And then we would move to the construction phases. And we're proposing to break this into at least 2 phases, if not more. There's many benefits to that. But in an ideal sense, perhaps we could construct 2 blocks of 8 units at one time. That process would take 14 to 18 months approximately, and afterwards move on to future phases or future phase or phases. Next slide, please. And I'll toss it back to Chris for discussion about the affordability.
So in the next section, we're going to talk about how the model works and how, initial subsidization of these units can lead to long-lasting affordability. I won't bore you with history of the land trust, but this is a tried and true method in the United States, and there are many successful examples across Canada. Some of the largest ones in the world are actually in Canada, out west and in Toronto. So this is by no means, we're not reinventing the wheel here. So I'm just going to walk sort of through how this works. So community land trusts are designed to create housing that is affordable long-term, and this is done through a variety of means. The first is by separating land and structure ownership. And the nonprofit actually retains ownership of the land while the properties are owned or rented by consumers. And building with non-privatized subsidies at the onset. And what I mean by non-privatized subsidies, I'll get to in a moment. But what that essentially means is that we don't have to re-subsidize every time somebody is looking to purchase these homes. That the initial subsidy has an impact, a long-lasting impact. And the last way to do that is shielding housing stock from the market by controlling resale prices and rental prices. So the working definition I used, I kind of patched together for this model was that CMHC talks about housing is affordable if the household pays no more than 30% of their annual income on housing costs. But that just, if I can't imagine what Elon Musk would pay for 30% of his housing, right? So we also need to have a more clear target market. And what that is that households that we're kind of aiming at are at or below 80% area median income in Huntsville. So I use the median income stats from 2016. I know we need an update on the census, but that's what these numbers I'm using are from. Our markets that we really want to focus on, like I said, are households at or below 80% area median income. But really, in terms of who we want to be involved in this project, first-time home buyers, families looking to set up shop in Huntsville, seniors looking to downsize, and households of vulnerable populations. And the interesting thing about land trusts is that there's often a great amount of mixture of different kinds of people, from different classes. It's a diverse community is our goal. So when it comes to actually maintaining the affordability, there's kind of 2 principles that we need to balance, and they are in opposition to each other, but that's our goal, is to appropriately balance these things. So the first thing we want is perpetual affordability. We want subsidized homes that people can afford over the long term, and we want long-term occupancy. Now, in this project, since people will be purchasing these units, we also want people to have a fair return on their investment. So we want to incentivize them to maintain their property, to improve their property. We want this to, maybe be the jumping off step till their next property. And we want them to gain a portion of the appreciation that can occur. And we ultimately want ownership mobility and to occur on this. So how does this happen? So there are a lot of different formulas that community land trusts use. I've settled on this one for now, and because this seems to be a very fair one, other land trusts are using it, and it's working for them. So what happens at the time of resale when somebody repurchases this home is that the homeowner gains a percentage of a part of the overall appreciation. So the percentage is usually just a flat percentage that's determined by the community land trust, and then the part is determined by the portion that this homeowner actually paid on their original home, so the subsidized price they paid for the home. So let's give an example. So I just said, let's say a family at AMI 80%, they make roughly $55,465 annually. So that leaves them to have a monthly mortgage service of around $1,086. And so roughly, maybe let's say they were approved for a mortgage of $250,000. Now, let's say the house is appraised at $275,000. Now, that's more or less the construction cost because the Muskoka Community Land Trust isn't taking a portion of that. We're a nonprofit. But they're only approved for 90% of that $275,000, so they require a $25,000 subsidy to purchase this home. Now, they stay in the home. 5 years later, they decide to sell. The home is appraised at, let's say, $330,000, so there's a 21% appreciation. Now, 21% on $250,000 is what the original homeowner had purchased. So that 21% is actually is taken off of what the subsidized portion of the home that they purchased, and so there's an appreciation percentage that equals $52,500. So the max resale price that they can sell their home for is $302,000 $302,000 roughly. So that means that there's an effective already built-in subsidy. The original subsidy was $25,000, but then we're seeing a subsequent subsidy with no further investment of $27,000 just because of this formula. So the appreciation over 5 years, there's $52,000 in appreciation. The seller, when they sell, let's say they sell for the maximum. Now, they get a flat rate of 25% of $52,000. The rest goes to the land trust. Now, they get 90% of 25%, and that 90% is the percentage they paid for the original home. So the more that we subsidize families, the less they get from the appreciation, and the less we subsidize, the more they get from the appreciation. But the MCLT does gain a part that allows us to reinvest in affordability for families in the future, and also to maintain administration. And so really the potential equity is $11,812 at 5 years, plus whatever, minus the mortgage remainder in this case. So these tables that I've been working on show, I'm going to skip this one, and this sort of shows what mortgage approval and the kind of subsidies required for these different markets in Huntsville. And as you see, the lower AMI, the higher the subsidy, but that means the greater potentially the payoff in the future for perpetual affordability. So while community land trusts do require upfront subsidies and a lot of help up front, that goes a long way, and we're not having to resubsidize homes or help people purchase homes in the future. There's inbuilt mechanisms to make this affordability last. We're going to skip part of this, but as Ben was saying, there is a proposed 6-plex rental unit on the site plan. We're currently collaborating with the GREAT project. That's a green, rural, environmental, and affordable housing project, and they were just awarded a demonstrations grant from CMHC, and they're looking at cooperative housing, but also land trusts. And since we don't have a representative today, I'm not going to misinform you of this project. Needless to say, it is a land assembly solution to affordable rental housing. So this is a bit of a different resale restriction or rental restriction, but I assure you that this project has some really interesting things to say, and they've actually currently hired somebody to go into a deeper sort of understanding of how the model works. So I'm going to skip that. Here we go. And I'm going to pass it back to Ben. He's going to talk about what we're going to be asking for.
Thank you. I think, keep going a little bit, please, and thanks. This is still part of the GREAT.
Oh, it's,
Yeah.
it's not. I think, is it?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
keep going?
Yeah, perfect. Okay, one more, please, and thanks.
Oh, one more.
Okay, back one. Sorry, old slide deck. Thank you. So we are near the end of the presentation, but wanted to address some of the likely risks that council and committee are processing in their head right now, knowing that there have been previous proponents here at council with solutions for affordable housing. It is a crisis in our community. It's really a crisis across our nation, and in many cases throughout the world. But I think that, as Chris highlighted, using a land trust model is not reinventing the wheel. It's infrastructure that's demonstrated and proven elsewhere in Canada, certainly in North America, with tremendous success. So we're trying to bring that solution to Huntsville. We believe that, of course, one of the biggest hurdles that we would have to overcome is public backlash or outcry, because this proposal is seeking to take open space land and move it towards development. And we understand the sensitivity that's associated with that, but a couple of points that we bring forward. I think that it can be done in a very sustainable, environmentally friendly, and responsible manner. So that's what we bring forward. Our proposal is really to implement a community engagement strategy, develop and implement, where we invite meetings with neighbors and key stakeholders, and understand concerns that everybody may have, work through them together, but mainly to educate that the proposal we're bringing forward is not a stereotypical low-income development. It doesn't or will not have with it the stigma of low-income developments that are sadly too often based on rental absentee landlord models. These are development, purchase, ownership models where all parties will benefit, mainly the purchasers seeking to enter the market. We recognize that there, of course, are risks with building, who will build, who will construct the roadway. The land trust, we're not quite at a point yet in our due diligence where we're ready to start engaging with builders and contractors. However, there are many proven, demonstrated contractors in our area that would qualify for a project like this or a portion of a project like this. One of the benefits of phasing this development is that it can be split up and done subsequently, or it can be done all at the same time. And that certainly helps to get things kick-started, but it also alleviates risk to the land trust and to the township as well. So I think with that, we'll conclude the presentation and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben and Chris. Great presentation. And I don't even know where to start, but I'm going to start with Councillor Stone.
This is very exciting. We all know housing is a huge issue, and it's going to be for a very long time until we get supply up. So some simple fundamental questions. So who's going to pay to build all of this?
Through your worship, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stone. So we have been in contact with lending agencies already. I should start by clarifying that we have a working board. So the Muskoka Community Land Trust is governed by a working board. As Chris mentioned, there's 6 of us, all with diverse skill sets and experience that's relevant to a proposal like this. So a couple of our board members have already been in contact with lending agencies. Kawartha Credit Union has proven to be the best candidate so far, and they have given us a commitment that they could fund a development like this. So of course there are safeguards and agreements that have to be assembled, but they value, certainly first of all, they see the need, just as we all do, for housing in our community, but they value the land, they value the work that the Land Trust can put forward, and they value the end product. And all of that can be considered equity towards construction and long-term financing.
That's wonderful. If I could, just a couple more. So you mentioned communicating with the neighbors. Is there going to be oversight on this whole property going forward year after year? Or is it just left to the homeowners to take care of the property?
Yeah, I can answer that question. Thank you, Councillor Stone. Land trusts don't duck out after the things are built, so we maintain involvement with oversight. There's a land lease fees that people have to pay, and we'll collect property taxes are generally paid through that way since we retain ownership of the land. So we're a continuing partner with that community and continuous oversight. And if issues come up, the longer actually, it's interesting, the longer a community land trust is established, the more democratic it becomes, because people who live there will end up becoming board members and stakeholders and really get involved in their community. So the longer it's established, the more it runs by itself. However, the land trust, as the owner of the land, the nonprofit as the owner of the land maintains participation throughout.
Thank you. And just one last one, if I could.
Sure.
So you mentioned rental and ownership. So if it's rental, does the land trust actually own the building, or does someone else?
Yeah, correct, Councillor Stone. Thank you. So the specific model that we're proposing here is a vacant land condominium. And so the Muskoka Community Land Trust will maintain ownership of the road and will maintain ownership of all of the individual subdivided vacant lots. So if a purchaser steps forward to buy a home in this development, they're simply purchasing the structure only, no different than many other condominiums, proven condominiums in our community. So the land trust being around for the long term, as Chris mentioned, it will become more democratic, future investment, and land trust will maintain the quality of the area.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Ben and Chris. Good to see you, Ben. I have a ton of questions, but I'll try to limit myself here. You just answered the one question to Councillor Stone. Thanks for that. With regards to the condo agreement, with regards to the streets and so on and so forth. I'm assuming these will all be built on slab.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. So we're not quite at that point yet. What I can say is that it's our intention to be as minimally invasive as possible, and so we want to use the existing conditions of the land. The property itself is at the top of one of the tallest hills in Huntsville, so we're pretty certain that we'll hit rock at some point. Whether it's slab on grade or we can incorporate some form of basement, we're going to run the numbers on that and make the best economic and least impactful, environmentally impactful decision at the time.
Thank you. A couple more, if I might.
You may have 2 more.
2 more, okay, I'll make them good then. With regards to the rock, I think that other proposals for that particular area is exactly what you just mentioned, Ben. There's a lot of rock up there type thing. But you mentioned in your presentation trench blasting. So that would be for for the infrastructure, for the pipes and the water and sewer, that kind of thing?
Correct, yes, yeah, thank you. There would be, it's hard in Huntsville to escape some amount of blasting, and so as a minimum, we would need a small amount of trench blasting for the services, hydro, gas, water, sewer, so on.
And the one last question that I'm allowed is with regards to the restrictive covenants. Can you give us an example of what that would be, of what those would be, I should say?
So typical restrictive covenants would cover everything from the types of vehicles or equipment, if you will, that you're permitted to store in the public parking areas. For example, no boats. Restrictive covenants can cover the decor that you choose to customize your home with. No Canadian flags in the windows, as one example, or Christmas lights even are covered there. There's also a community protection, community improvement piece to it, where you must maintain your lawn, you must cut your grass, you must have some form of garden in the front, and be respectful of your neighbors. So everything is going to be considered here.
I will come back if the rest of your questions aren't answered, but we'll go around the table. Councillor Weeb.
Thank you, Worship. Quickly, I'm imagining 40 units are built or slated to get built, and 80 families line up to apply. How would that process go?
So we don't know. However, I'm currently doing a lot of research on how other community land trusts have addressed sort of filtering and deciding who gets what. Typically what can happen is prior we can decide, let's say we have 40 units. We say we want 20 for this target sort of market. We want this to be people who want to, they've got one kid, they want to move to Huntsville and they want to work here. We're going to put aside 10 to 15 units for that. And if they meet any of these extra criteria, well, that'll bump them up the list, right? And then, so usually we sort of demarcate ahead of time how we foresee the mixture of the community. And then we would have to develop sort of an application process. And, through our strategic planning, we would have to decide as a board and in conversation with other stakeholders on how we made those final decisions.
Quickly follow up. Thanks for that. I think just as a comment would be, I think in the spirit of the original imagination of this process or this project or the lands being developed, a high priority was thought to given to families or locals that are already here and working here, or some version of that anyway. You know what I mean?
Councillor With?
Sorry about that. Timing is impeccable. I'm sure you've jumped through these hoops. I'm just wondering, your whole process about restricting reselling, I'm wondering how legal that is, or how challenged that will be in that process. I mean, I think this is a great presentation. I'm all for it, because we all know the need. And certainly that's been an issue where somebody will come in and then flip it for a huge price. I mean, that's a big motivator for people to challenge something like, how are you going to restrict my resale if I own this sort of thing? So I don't know if you have any comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Withy. I'll say a few things about it. From what I've discovered, there isn't any precedent-setting case in Canada where someone's challenged a land trust like that. Not to say that it can't happen. And so, we are going to have to consult with lawyers, of course. But on a side note, we're meeting with somebody, a PhD candidate down south, whose work is precisely on what an actual, the agreement, the legal agreement between the owner and the community land trust. We're meeting this Thursday, actually. So there is research to be done. However, because there are successful examples of this model in Canada and elsewhere, we have to find out how that works, and we'll have to consult with lawyers and specialists in that area.
How many do I get? Just one? Two? I only have one more. You mentioned in your presentation that, and thank you for your answer, thanks for that. You mentioned that the land trust would own the road? So there isn't a time when the municipality would assume the road to deal with all the snow removal and things like that?
Thank you, Councillor Withy. At this point, we've proposed a condominium roadway for a number of reasons, but the primary reason being space required to build a roadway to the municipal standard. We don't have that amount of land to give. So by staying with a private roadway, a condominium roadway, we're still able to have municipal servicing that can be publicly or privately owned, but the roadway itself is smaller in nature, allows us to focus our efforts to more green space and landscaping. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I once again will just commend this group. I am so excited about this project and how far it has come as to the detail around every aspect regarding financing and planning and all of that. Just a quick comment to Councillor Withy's question around the financing, and Chris, I know you answered that, but there are definitely organizations, one in Toronto, Trillium Foundation, that does exactly this kind of financing and has for a number of years. The Land Trust on Toronto Island has been doing this for decades, and as far as I know, and you answered that, Chris, there hasn't been a legal challenge to it. So, but I do have, I'm really pleased to see the emphasis on the community engagement. And again, I'll think, and I know you've probably done the research on this, on other projects that are considered sensitive, that was a really critical factor in working with the surrounding communities. And I know, Councillor Stone, you touched on that, because there is an established community there that, from what I understand, looks at this particular piece of property as open space that they have been using. And so this is where my question is, and it's actually directed to Director Maxwell, because I know it's currently zoned open space, but was it zoned open space with the intention of being a designated parkland for that community, or is it just open space because it ended up that way?
Director Maxwell?
Thank you, Your Worship. From what I understand, the town took ownership of the property in 1941, and it's always been open space, but whether or not it was zoned specifically, that's just the way it was.
Thank you for that. May I quick follow-up? So on that, then, one can assume it obviously wasn't designed as part of open space attached to any, okay, that's a really important feature then. Thank you for that, and I've asked questions before, I'll leave it. I am very excited. Thank you for presenting today.
Councillor Armour?
Thank you, Your Worship. Guess we're going right around the table here. Some of the best questions have been asked already, so I'm just curious, with access through going onto George Street, I know there was issues with that at one time. Have you guys addressed those issues, being able to access George?
Thank you, Councillor Armour. We haven't addressed them in a technical manner yet. One of the next steps of the Land Trust would be to hire civil engineering firms to help us in the design of the roadways and the servicing. I'm quite familiar with the property. I grew up not far from there, walked the property to and from high school every day, and the awful Florence Street Hill. I believe that the challenges with the George Street connection were related to also further development of George Street and the desire to continue a municipal roadway. So we believe that designing a smaller condominium roadway, one way, if necessary, to restrict traffic, will help us deal with those challenges.
Councillor Fitzgerald? I never looked at the side yet, so I'm assuming you've all had your hands up.
Great questions. Thank you both for your presentation. Very clearly understandable. And set up where I think everyone in the public can appreciate and understand it and what's happening. I just have to applaud you for all the time and effort. I've been working on this for 8 years with Councillor Alcock and many different groups, and we all seem to get somewhere and something falls off. So I'm so happy with the progress you've made, and just can't say enough about how much I appreciate it, and the community will benefit from this. So thank you.
Councillor Fitzgerald. Thank you.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chris, Ben, and Suzanne up there. Great job. I love the inclusiveness of this, and I've said this before to you, Chris. I really like the fact of community. I guess mine, more one comment and a question is, the comment is the accessibility piece. Love that, because in March, our accessibility committee signed the pledge for the accessible housing pledge to the province of Ontario, because not just should there be a percentage of multi-buildings that are done as accessible, it should be the entire units. All units should be accessible moving forward, so happy to see that. And I guess my question is, I know sort of, yeah, you're trying to gear to maybe families and that, but I'm thinking the single person who has just finished college, and we are gonna be in that boat of the employer as we build Fairburn, fresh out of college for a PSW student, to come here and work at a PSW wage in Huntsville and be able to afford something to stay here so that we can have those workers to work in that facility. Are they ones you would be definitely considering as well?
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. Absolutely. And so I think when we start to demarcate the markets we're going to target, we can actually look at, okay, we could look at where is employment needed most? What is the wage of a PSW? And then we can target certain households for that purpose. So it doesn't have to be young families, and the actual demarcation of those markets, that'll take some time, and it can be in continuous conversation with, with other stakeholders. That's not a decision we want to make just as a board. We want to communicate with the town about what they think is required and needed, what markets they want us to focus on. Like that's a community conversation. That's even likely a conversation we want to start to engage with the existing community there as well.
Okay, I promised Councillor Thompson one more question. This will be it, or we may have to serve lunch.
Thank you for the opportunity, Your Worship. Appreciate that. Just a comment and then a question. If you're talking about a one-way street, Ben, then you would almost have to then hook up with George, wouldn't you? Number one. But number two, who then pays for maintenance of this? Is this covered by the trust?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Thompson. So I should clarify that the conversation about a one-way street is just hypothetical at this point. We anticipate that part of the planning approval process, site plan process, that traffic studies will be required, amongst many other studies. So we will defer to staff and we'll report back to you about that one in due time. With respect to the ongoing maintenance and snow clearing and so on, being a vacant land condominium, the residents of the community will have to pay a modest condominium fee every month. This condominium fee will go towards maintenance, long-term reserve fund. There will be a contribution of that fee that goes to the Muskoka Community Land Trust to cover property taxes, because the land trust will be responsible for the taxes, and so on. So community improvement planning, maintaining the gardens. The land trust has even had conversations envisioning staff, a long-term staff member, whether they're on property or off property, down the road, a handyman that can maintain upkeep and cleanliness. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thanks, Ben, Chris, Suzanne, thank you. Knew this would be exciting, and I knew there'd be a lot of questions, and I know we have a report coming up later on the meeting.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I know it's getting late, but let's try and get through our last two deputations before we take a break. So I will welcome another in-person deputation, Salim Hall from the YMCA of Muskoka.
Oh, the red light. Oh, does that work? I'm live.
Okay, council, we're ready to roll. Council? Welcome, Celine.
So, thank you for having me. It's really great to be here in person, and those were two really mind-blowing presentations. I gotta learn to tune in a little bit more often when I'm not presenting, so. But thank you so much for having the YMCA here. Really, I'll make the presentation short and to the point. Following up from an email I think I sent to all the councillors and mayor about participating in the the YMCA's 2022 Move to Give campaign. Initially, I was coming here to follow up on the ask to participate and give your support, but I think I want to change it slightly to offering you an opportunity to engage the community, to find out what the YMCA already knows is the strength of this community, is what's unique about Huntsville, and actually what our brand is. And so it's a shameless plug to tie into the branding exercise of this community is what the YMCA, and in fact, I believe is the strength and what makes Huntsville so unique. It's how we look after everybody in our community. It's how we look after our most vulnerable. It's how we support those who may need a hand up. And I think that's one of the valuable things of what makes Huntsville so unique. I think it's actually the strength of our brand is how organizations, not just like the YMCA, there's tons and tons of non-for-profits and charitable organizations that do really good work in this town. But on June 7th, between 10 and 3 p.m., we'll be doing our annual Move to Give campaign, which raises funds for those in our communities that might be in a tough spot. It's a tough time for a lot of people economically. Individuals are having to make tough choices. Whether I send my kid to summer camp or do I put food on the table? Do I fill my car with gas or do I try to participate in a learning activity that's going to help improve my livelihood? There are tons of tough choices because of our current economic situation and increasing interest rates. This Move to Give campaign really focuses on supporting, helping people access camp, helping people access gym facilities, help with their mental health, creating programs for our most vulnerable around literacy and employment. And so on June 7th, we're asking council and members of the community, we've actually put an ask out to our first responders, fire and ambulance services, and we got a call into the police services as well. We're doing our annual pedal challenge, and I think Mayor Tiziana, you took part in it last year. We're gonna have a group of people come out and support raising funds to support those that are most in need. Over the last few years, the YMCA has spent thousands of dollars sending thousands of individuals to help access just those services in our community. And so the humble ask in front of you, and actually I would put it, it's as much of an opportunity to engage in our community and find out what really makes it tick from the perspective of a non-for-profit community organization. And again, how we support and engage our community. So on June 7th, we'll be having a bunch of people out there pedaling for 5 or 10 minutes to raise funds, raise awareness about how we engage our community and make it one of the best places in Ontario to live. And that's kind of it. It's short and sweet. There was tons of presentations and I wanted to be mindful of that, but the YMCA is a big part of our community and we're excited to offer this opportunity again to our community members.
Thank you so much, and I will be back again this year.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Will you do it out in the parking lot again?
We're going to do it in the parking lot. We have a request out, and I think fire services and paramedics will be there as well. It's been a really tough time for people that want to help their kids engage in going to summer camps or joining, gym and fitness centers because of the need to help out with mental health. We want to start providing more programs that support people around employment and literacy. And the funds we raise through this really have a meaningful impact on those people that we call our neighbors and our friends. It's a tough time for a lot of people. And the YMCA, along with other organizations, because we can't do it alone, is an important part of what we do. So we're going to have media out there. We'll have some coffee, some donuts, and we'll have senior leadership of the YMCA as well. So it's a great opportunity to figure out and engage with our organization. We've been here for over 15 years providing meaningful frontline services to our town. And I think it's going to be a wonderful opportunity to get out in the sunshine and pedal a little bike.
Last year, I know we were in more of the thick of COVID than we are now, and we pedaled outside on the one bike, and Mayor Kelly was pedaling in a great big room in Gravenhurst, and you had him on the screen.
We had him on the
It was great.
screen.
So we chatted while we pedaled, but is there any chance you will be able to get more than one bike out there?
We're going to have actually, because we are inviting paramedics and fire department, they're a competitive bunch. And so I think we're going to have 2 bikes and a treadmill. So it's low impact, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, come out and enjoy, the company of your federal counselors, frontline services, our first responders, and come tour the YMCA, see what good work we do. It's an employment site, it's a literacy site, and we have supported thousands of people throughout the years of our service here in Huntsville and across the Muskoka region as well.
Great. I see some questions. I think Councillor Withy, your hand was up first. So, sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Salim. Do we sponsor the mayor? Is that how we raise funds for this? Is that the deal, or how does that work?
I mean, if the mayor signs up, for sure, but we have a sponsorship page on our website that I can definitely, I think I've forwarded to everybody's email, or I can do it again. We have a team challenge page on our website because the YMCA is actually the largest provider of human services throughout the Simcoe Muskoka region, and so this is happening across the region. So Huntsville's actually made our own little page, and you can definitely sponsor us in the Huntsville region for this.
So the 75,000 you're looking to raise, is that not just Huntsville, but that's...
It's not just Huntsville, it's
that's
across the
district-wide?
Muskoka, Simcoe Muskoka region.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Should be very doable, I think, yeah.
We hope so. It's been a tough few years for a lot of people, and so charities are looking at how do we re-engage the community and how do we continue our relevance here.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Celine, for all you do. Councillor Thompson sort of stole my glory there, my question, but sponsorship, I understand that now.
Yeah.
What time will this be starting?
It's happening from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. So we're making it flexible, drop in any time. We've invited all the local media out there. So we're planning to have a fun time with a little bit of a challenge and actually tour our facilities as well, get a sense of what the YMCA has been doing for over 15 years in the Huntsville region.
Well, I have a luncheon tomorrow with the paramedics, so I'll put a good plug in for you.
Fantastic. All right.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just again, I'll echo what the others said. Salim, thank you for all you do, and I would like to drop in, so I'd like to be part of that.
Fantastic. I think it ties in really well with the branding exercise that the town is going through, is just getting on the ground floor like you all do. I totally respect that and see you out there engaging with our community. But it's a great way because I firmly believe, and I have a YMCA coworker behind me. I hope she's not glaring at me, but I firmly believe our strength of a community is how we look after each other. I mean, all the events and all the things that we do as a community is supporting one another, and sometimes it's looking after our most vulnerable individuals within our shared society. And so I think this is a good, you rarely tie in business intelligence to a charitable fundraiser event, but for a business intelligence piece to help frame your branding exercise, I think it's on point.
Great. Thanks so much for
You're
coming
more than
today.
welcome.
And some of us, maybe all of us, will see you on the 7th.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.
Okay, our last deputation today, last but not least, Pete Lemoine from Muskoka Watershed Council. I think I can see you there in the corner of the screen, Pete.
Yes, can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes.
All right, and I need to share my screen. All right. Is that coming up clear?
You're coming. We're not quite there yet.
Ah,
It says you're sharing, but we only have a black screen.
and my videos, I don't seem to be moving on mine. Why would that be? The internet was working perfect for all those other terrific presentations.
There we go. You're up.
Okay, are we set now?
We're set.
Terrific. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you. And I also want to echo that the earlier three presentations were excellent and actually quite exciting to hear that these potential initiatives are happening. So excellent. I am one of the directors of the Muskoka Watershed Council, and we're a volunteer-run organization, nonprofit, and we're just celebrating 20 years of promoting watershed health in Muskoka. So I think some of you may know us and others may not. I just wanted to quickly touch base on what we have done and what we're proposing to do. So our goal continues to be to promote and enhance the the quality of the watersheds in Muskoka. The ecosystems are so critical to what all of us enjoy about Muskoka, and we really do that three ways. We develop science-based programs, first to understand the risks and the opportunities to both enhance and protect the watersheds. We also use science to create policy papers to help advocate for sustainable land use. And we develop education and outreach programs to help share what the science has taught us about the watersheds. An example of that is on Saturday, we will be at the Muskoka Earth Festival in Bracebridge. Our prime area of focus is the Muskoka River watershed, which stretches from Algonquin Park right through to Georgian Bay. We also, it also includes parts of the Black and Severn River watersheds. I don't really need to mention this to this group, I'm sure, but we all recognize that in Muskoka, our environment is our economy. People visit here and move here specifically because of the amazing environment we all get to enjoy. And all of us have very much a vested interest in protecting it, sustaining it, and in fact, enhancing the environment here. The Watershed Council consists of about 35 to 40 volunteer members from various different groups within the local community. There's private citizens, government folks, lake associations, tourism operators, a variety of people. Our board has 7 members that are elected, 7 directors elected by those members. And we have 2 directors that are appointed by the District of Muskoka, one of whom is Councillor Alcock. And thank you, Nancy, for all you have done and continue to do for both the Watershed Council and for the watersheds up here. We have a number of initiatives. I would like to touch on a couple of key ones just to let you know what we're doing and where we're headed. Arguably, our most important initiative right now is integrated watershed management. We began discussing this in 2018, and it was the theme of our 2019 summit. And that coincided with the very severe flooding we experienced up here in Muskoka in the spring of 2019. Because of that, the provincial government created a group called the Muskoka Watershed Advisory Group and tasked them with coming up with ways to address what was happening with these floods. Now, the recommendations of that group were accepted by the Ministry of MOECP, and actually a number of our Watershed Council members were part of that group that put together the recommendations. MOECP funded 12 projects and to the tune of just under $5 million. The 12 projects are underway, and the goal of those projects is to provide the baseline data that's required to create an integrated watershed management plan that can be utilized by all municipalities and tiers of government in Muskoka. One of the 12 projects is a community roundtable, and the Watershed Council was tasked with creating and managing the community roundtable. And the main goal of the CRT is to solicit the perspectives of all the stakeholders within the watershed. So that would include the tourism sector, the Indigenous sector, municipal and provincial governments, construction, groups that would potentially be at loggerheads often to the environmental groups, but bring them in along with water power, lake associations, and private citizens. We have the community roundtable underway. It continues to be formed, so we're continuing to add more members to it with different skill sets. They meet monthly. And really the only ask I have of council today is that in the future, we will be coming back and asking for municipal engagement. We believe strongly that each municipal council needs to have its perspectives brought forward through the community roundtable to ensure that their requirements and their concerns are heard for the whole integrated watershed management plan. Another major initiative that we created in 2019 was a program to pilot algae monitoring. There's been a lot of concerns and attention to the number of blue-green harmful algae blooms in Muskoka, and there was very little data. Certainly, it appears as though they're happening more often and they're more severe, but without data, there's nothing we can really act on. So we created, in conjunction with 5 lake associations, a pilot to see if the citizen scientists on these lake associations that were currently doing other water testing could also sample for algae populations to give us an idea of what has changed and is it continuing to change, et cetera. The 2-year program has been successful to the point that we were able to develop a protocol manual which will allow other lake associations to begin monitoring their algae populations. At this point, it's data gathering, but with the right data, we can engage scientists to actually look at what is potentially causing these and what may be some potential solutions to help reduce or remove the problem. There's a number of initiatives that the Watershed Council has had going for years and continue to. Love Your Lake is a program where all the shorelines, all the lakefront property shorelines are assessed within specific lakes each year, and a report is given to every landowner on what is deemed to be the current status environmentally of their shoreline and suggestions on how they could improve it. And that's done at no charge to any of the landowners. Another program, the Natural Edge, is where we actually will engage with the landowners to assist them with planning and actually planting the natural and native shrubs and ground cover that will bring their shoreline back to where it should be. The Watershed Council has created a report card over the last number of years. The 2023 version will be version number 6. And it gives a lot of information about the state of the different sub-watersheds and particular measurements within them. to give landowners a really good view on how their particular part of the property is working. We've published a living in cottage country book on what you need to know if you live on water. It's been revised, and we would really like to see a copy of that on the coffee table of every waterfront property, particularly those who are being rented. Another key document we came out with just at the end of last year was the municipal official plan recommendations. So these are policy guidelines that we feel would be helpful to all levels of government, particularly municipalities. When you're looking to revise your official plan, this will give you some recommendations up front. We've often been asked to look at drafts, but this is a way we can help out right up front and perhaps save you some time and effort. And that is the quick overview of what we have going on. And I'd be happy to take any questions or comments.
Thanks, Pete, and thanks for your patience for waiting for your presentation. It's been a long morning. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and it's just a very quick comment. I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you very much to Pete Lemoine, who did the presentation today. Pete, as I know, made reference to the number of volunteers, but there are a handful of unbelievably dedicated individuals who form the basis of the Watershed Council, and Pete's one of them. And the number of hours that they spend doing research and advocacy and developing new concepts like the Community Roundtable is absolutely astounding. And I have to say it's a real honor to be part of the board, which was a recent appointment on my part, but to be able to work with people like Pete. So thank you very much. And I just wanted to say I will be out on Saturday at the Earth Festival.
Thank you.
Is there any other, Councillor Armour?
Thank you, Worship, and thanks for the presentation. I'm glad to see you're opening up the Blue Algae program to other lake associations. Do they reach out to you, or are you reaching out to them?
We've actually put it out on our social media feed as well as our blog and our website to let other lakes associations know if they're interested, they can contact us directly. So certainly any lake associations are welcome to reach out to us, and we'll fill them in on what the pilot's all about and how it works.
Councillor Weeb?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Pete, for the presentation. I really love your suggestion of getting your booklet into the hands of rental cottages. In fact, if every cottage would be great. Maybe we can work with our staff to include that in their permit package every year. My follow-up would be, how would you describe the relationship between the watershed and all the local golf clubs in the area?
I'm not sure I'm the right person to address that. I personally haven't had any involvement with talking with the golf clubs. But what I would like to do is take that back to the council, and I'll come back with an answer for you. I'm not sure how engaged we are, or if we're as engaged, and actually I didn't see them listed on my slide as one of the stakeholders, but they certainly should be in integrated watershed management planning. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Thanks, look forward to it.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Peter, for your presentation. The algae situation, I think we're all aware of a couple of lakes that have been in the news with regards to algae blooms. Is it becoming an increasing problem, Peter? Or is it restricted to a couple of lakes that we're mostly aware of, I think, at this point?
Again, I'm not really qualified to answer that. I'm not one of, we have many scientists at MWC, but I am not one of them. And certainly but that is one of the main driving forces behind that whole program, is that it appears as though they're becoming more widespread, and they're certainly, they appear to be on more lakes than they have been in the past. Some of that may be because people are paying a lot more attention these days. And often the blooms are actually quite small and very, very contained within a small portion of the lake. And often they happen in the fall. So before COVID, there was a lot less people around that would notice this particular bloom that may only last for 3 or 4 days before it naturally dissipates. So that's a big part of the whole program that we're looking to determine.
Okay. That seems to be it. Again, Pete, thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience waiting for your turn. We will see
Thank
you.
you very
again
much.
soon.
And, I did learn a lot from those other presentations. So I'll say goodbye then. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Council, I think with that, we're going to take a biological break of about 10 minutes. So let's resume at 11 o'clock. good to go. Okay. And we are moving into new business and into the corporate services section, and I will turn the chair over to Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've got a little bit of business here in corporate services to look after. Beginning with 6.1.1, we have our status report on property taxes. Lee Ecclestone is, hi. This is for information only, so.
Correct. Thank you, Councillor Withy. So I can't guarantee that my presentation here is going to be nearly as exciting as the other ones, and I did find those very good for our community, and not nearly as long either. This is going to be a fairly short overview of the property taxes status. Again, it's just an annual report that present to committee here as part of our tax collection policy. So I will go right into the appendix that everyone's probably had a good chance to look over and just review some of the statistics and information that I've pulled from our accounting system. The billing details, so the total levy amount of dollars for 2021 for all three of the tiers, so our portion, the District of Muskoka's portion and the education portion was $46,051,863, and our portion of those tax levy dollars was $16,985,496. There's a summary there of the amount of supplementary and omitted bills that were issued during the taxation year of 2021, a total number of 529 bills and $1,449,145 in dollars of supplementary taxation received during the year. So the total of those, total adjusted levy is just a little over 47.5 million. Total taxation, with the town's portion of that being about 17.5 million. Just the important note, if you're, when you're looking through that, is the MPAC are still doing a good job in summarizing the amount of the supplementary bills that were received during the taxation year of 2021 for the 2021 taxation year. So current taxes versus, reaching back into the second. The omitted taxations can be the second and in the previous year before that. There's most of the supplementary taxation, 1,139,000, was within the 2021 taxation year, and very little reaching back to 2020 and 2019 out of those supplementary and omitted billings. So MPAC are sticking to their service level agreements and trying to catch most of the supplementary assessment within 1 year of occupancy. The receivables detail schedule that I have in there too just again shows some of the taxes that are owing for the different years as of the end of December in 2021. So out of the grand total of $5,092,329,000. Important to note, I guess, that figure is actually fairly significantly down from the previous couple of years that I've noted in a schedule below that. December 31st, 2019 was about 5.7 million. December 31st, 2020, being a year, as an explanation on the higher amounts in 2020, 6,073,843. That was, of course, the year with COVID, and we had some penalties and interest being waived during that year, and it also affected the amount of arrears, I believe, with people making payments during that year. But at the end of December 31st, 2021, that figure has gone down significantly, down to 5 million, just a little over 5 million there. You can see out of that 5 million, the schedule that was there does show the amounts that are owing in 2018 and prior, 2019, 2020, and 2021. In 2021, it did show 954 accounts, about 1.8 million that are owing, in 2021's taxes, but that is also out of that category, about half of those 954 properties were only owing $25 or less in arrears. So it's a large scattering of smaller amounts that are owing during the 2021 year as well. A little bit of information on the pre-authorized payment plan enrollment. We still encourage that in-house here at the counter. We try to encourage that through people talking about that with customers that do come to the counter and online and through social media to try and encourage people to enter into payment plans so that their withdrawals are taken automatically out of the bank. Everybody helps the town and helps people with their payments on those. So as you can see, those schedules and those plans are staying roughly the same over the last few years. Not a lot of movement between the last few years in people in those payment plans. The one I did want to make note of As we are, of course, a little bit more, pushing into the properties that are into those third-year arrears and trying to enter into payment plans with people to stop the tax sale proceedings. We're actually currently at 46 accounts instead of the 18 that I'm showing at the end of 2021 here in the pre-authorized payments arrears plan. So that's those ones that have now received final notification letters, and they've now entered into sufficient payment plans or made payments on their account that we're able to keep them out of the tax sale proceedings. So the ones in the payment plan for arrears has actually gone up quite a bit with a lot of the work that we've been doing to try and get them into those payment plans. A little bit of information on the tax sale status. We started off with about 160 accounts that I had issued a final notice letters to try and get into those payment plans and get their accounts either caught up to sufficiently to clear the third year and older arrears or get into a payment plan. We started with 160 of those. I got that figure down to about 72 people, 72 accounts that have now, that are still, going forward with the tax registration process. And they're still currently, as we speak, I'm still getting a lot of accounts cleared up, people, trying to avoid, further tax sale proceedings. So that number's going down a little further yet, down from the 72 to continue with that tax sale procedure. So the next section is just a section again too that we usually highlight properties that have greater than 30% of their assessment in arrears. Just sort of a liability standpoint of the town, and some of the properties that have a high amount of their assessment value that's in arrears. So we just try to highlight that. The chart is now down to 3 properties left in there, of which one of the properties is currently in tax registration proceedings, and 2 of the others, with, as I mentioned, with those final notice letters that have been recently sent out, have actually entered into payment plans that are on a good monthly payment plan that will get their accounts back down without the tax sale proceedings. So there's only one of these accounts in here that's currently still in tax sale proceedings, and have actually just got something very recently that they may be paying up their account as well too, and coming out of those proceedings shortly too. The next chart there is sort of an overall percentage of the total properties that have third-year arrears on them. So total amount outstanding with properties that do have third year or more in arrears of 3.2 million there. And out of those, you can see the categories, the majority still is in the 0 to 10% category. Out of the 172 properties, we have 123 of those that are less than 10% of their assessed value is in arrears. So good for liability purposes there with those figures. I think that's really all you wanted to highlight again with that report. So unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Lee. Any questions? Councillor Weed.
Thanks, Chair Withy. So on the tax sale, when you're reaching out to homeowners or property owners through that tax sale arrears process, are you finding that people often have property they don't know they have, or it's sort of something that they've inherited, or how does that? I mean, it seems like a really high number.
Through your worship, to Councillor Weed, yes, there are a fair number of properties that are. A lot of them are just land. There are some of the properties currently in the proceedings too that do have structures on them that we're hoping that those ones are certainly the ones you'd like to really get cleared up, and that they will be contacting us still. There's still a fair bit of time, of course, before after the registration of the tax arrear certificate on the property, they'll have a full year to make sure that they get that paid up. But so there are still some working at this point right now in that process to try and get them cleared up. But there are a lot that don't know. As part of the tax sale proceedings too, the notices are sent out to many addresses for those properties to the actual location of the property, as well as the mailing address that we have on the system. So that part of those proceedings is to try to make sure that we're getting a hold of the people the best we can, along with all of the warning notices and everything that I've sent from the town too.
Mayor Terziano.
Thanks, Chair Withy. Lee, just with the last piece you were talking about with the 3.2 million of assessed value, so all of those properties are in the third year, like they could all be in tax sales? Not just the 3 that are over 30%?
Right. Yes, correct. That's correct. And there's a lot of those. This is just the figures of a lot of all of the properties that have 30 arrears, of which many of those ones are already in a payment plan, a sufficient payment plan that I didn't have to reach out and start tax registration proceedings on. So there are already, a fair number of the ones in that 3.2 million that are currently catching themselves up with a payment plan, as well as the ones that are currently going ahead with tax sale proceedings. They're all included in that third-year figure.
So,
That
so just further to that, do you have a real confidence that all of this money would be collected at some point? Or what percentage of loss could you see going forward?
So there is no guarantee of the collection of these. We were trying to get, ultimately the tax sale proceedings are the last step that you want to be taking and work with the owners as much as you can to avoid the tax sale proceedings. And that the tax sale proceedings are then there to still, collect as much as you can. There are possibilities, of course, with some properties too, that if they go through to the tax sale proceeding and they're not sold through the tax sale, and the town vests in the property and takes ownership of those properties and has to write off the taxes and resell, you may not necessarily always collect all of those funds back that were in arrears, the same value that you had in there for arrears. So that's really the idea of this, is to try and keep the limitation of the amount of properties that have a high percentage of their assessed value in arrears. But certainly there is never a guarantee on the sale of any of these properties. When you have tax sale proceedings, you could have sometimes you'll have half of the properties from a tax sale proceeding that might not have an acceptable tender, and have to go through the proceedings then for being tendered, and we don't know what the number of that would be.
Any other questions? I've got a couple quick ones. Is there a cost to go on the payment plan? Is there a charge?
Nope, we don't have a cost to go on any of our payment plans. The only thing I'll note there is the arrears payment plan that I mentioned in here, of course, to the people that are going onto those plans. They're still accruing penalty and interest on the arrears payment plan. So some people are, of course, would like to try to have penalty waived, but until they get themselves caught up to a point where their account's back at a zero balance and they get onto the regular monthly payment plan, there is still penalty and interest being accrued on those properties too. But there's no initial startup cost to enter into a payment plan.
And people that have their taxes paid through their mortgage, how does that work? Does that come in a lump sum, or is that on a payment plan as well?
So the mortgage properties are a separate category. When the properties are being paid by mortgages, we don't hardly ever have to look at those properties at all, because the mortgage companies are very good at keeping their accounts up to date with the current installments. If they have got entered onto a plan midstream between one installment and another, the mortgage companies will get a listing on the next bill showing, if there are arrears from the last installment, and they catch those accounts up very well. So those that are being paid through their mortgage company for property taxes are in good standing almost all of the time.
And there's no charge to do that?
No charge for them to enter that, other than, with however they work that out with their mortgage companies. I can't speak to if there are some administrative fees on the end of, because that's worked out between the property owner and the mortgage company directly.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting way to go. My daughter, she does it that way, and for people that are, looking at an easy way to get, if you've got a mortgage, they'll just take care of it for you without even having to think about it. Interested to know, do we have a write-off policy in the town? Like, where do we get to a point where we just go, okay, can't sell the land, can't collect?
I don't believe there is a specific, there's write-offs are covered under our tax collection policy for specific types of assessment reductions that are received. So, minutes of settlement and assessment review board decisions and things that affect the assessment of a property. We do write off those taxes then, right, based on the assessment reduction of the property. But we do not write off taxes otherwise there.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate those answers. So, I don't think you're up anymore, are you?
That's it for me, if there is no other questions.
No? Okay, thank you. On to 6.1.2, feasibility study for home retrofit program, 2022 update. There is a motion I will read, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that staff be directed to report back to General Committee with recommendations on how to best proceed with the FCM Community Efficiency Financing CEF application. Julia.
Thank you. So this is a really exciting report to bring forward and the presentation that came before it. We have been working on this since 2020, since we were directed by Council to work with the Clean Air Partnership to apply for this grant and to do the feasibility study. So at this point, we are bringing it back as this is what we've been directed to do. So now we need a little bit more direction to see whether committee wants us to keep going forward with this program. And if so, then we would bring back some more options that would be up for consideration for committee. I do want to note, just on the questions that came up this morning, there was a comment about the administration of the program. And it's really important to note that this would need to be done by a third party to be successful. It's not something that could be done internally. It's well beyond the scope of what resources we have and expertise we have. And it's a very big, long process. And we would want to make sure it's successful. The role of the finance department would be to actually submit the application, because we would actually physically need to submit it. And also, once the program was up and running, we would have to administer putting the LOCs onto the homeowners' property taxes. So that would be our role in that, which it will take staff time, but it won't be as, obviously, as onerous as the whole program. So again, there's a lot of information in here, and we're happy to bring back any other information you'd like for the report. But otherwise, if council wants us to proceed, then we'll bring back a report at next committee.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chairworthy. Actually, through you to Julia, it was me, I think, that asked about the administration part of that, so I'm glad to hear that it's not up to our staff. But the question I have then, who then would be, say, paying for the cost of that administration? Would that come through the FCM or through this whole application program, or is that up to us as a municipality?
So through our chair, this would actually be, so the startup for the administration, I believe the intention is to actually be able to have it as a self-funded program eventually, but for the first, I think, 3 to 5 years, it could be funded through FCM to have that administration paid for through that grant. There's an administration part of the grant and a capital part of the grant.
Deputy Mayor Alcock? I'm over here.
Yes, you are.
Should have a hat
Thank
or
you.
something.
Thank you, Chairworthy. Thank you for acknowledging me. Julia, thanks. I thought it was a great report this morning, so really exciting. But your recommendation is just to bring back a report, and I'm wondering, did you want more direction in that? I mean, the way it was presented this morning, there were the first 3 steps.
Yeah.
So is this recommendation kind of encompassing those? Is that sort of assumed that we're going with steps 1, 2, 3?
So there is a bit more information I'd have to bring back for you guys to address those 3 steps. So
Okay.
the only direction that council or staff have right now is to bring back the findings.
Okay.
So that's what this
Perfect.
report is. But I would like
in.
to also seek direction to move to the next level and bring back that information. It's a lot of information all at once, so we didn't want to
Overwhelm us.
overwhelm and bring everything back all at once, but to
That's
have more fulsome discussion on those key points at the next.
Perfect. Okay, that's excellent. I certainly support this motion whenever it's read.
Mayor Terziano?
Thanks, Chairworthy. Julia, a couple questions from this report. So I understand the third party for the delivery of it, but part of this report suggests that we work with a third party agent to create the request for proposal to FCM. What if we don't get accepted by that program and we've hired a third party?
So FCM has confirmed in writing that part of that administration part of the grant could be used for that. So it's a little bit the cart before the horse, but we would put it all as part of one package so that then whoever we use as a third party understands that.
If we don't get it,
Yeah.
that's the end of the project?
Yeah.
Okay. And the other question, Has the town ever used the local improvement charges for anything else, if we were to go down the road of using local improvement?
We've used it for water and sewer projects, but I don't know if there's been any that have been done for town, like non-district projects. There was a question about, how secure is it? And if we do put it on that way, as you said, there hasn't been any default that they've seen yet. And our taxes, as Lee just pointed out, we only have 3 that are at 30% of their assessment, so there's a good chance, there's little risk of it going into default. But what would happen is you would just put it on as and we would look at there's quite a bit of detail in the report, but we'd look at what the dollar amount of the project is, what the payback terms that they want to agree to, and then we would put that dollar amount on their tax bill, and they would pay it each month. And the intention would be that if they have an offset of $1,000 on their hydro or their electricity or whatever, then it would be offset by the increase in their tax, so that eventually there'd be a payback for that project. And then they would see the reduction overall in their total cost.
And I realize that your next report will outline all of this and probably the pieces that you'd recommend, but do you think that you would recommend local improvement charges as part of this program right now, or do you want to wait until next month?
So I would definitely go with the local improvement. I think it's the easiest way to go, and then we've got control, because the grant or the loan program would be with us. So that's a good way of administering that. We also, in Huntsville, don't have one utility, we have 2. So it'd be really tricky to go between the 2 and try to administer that. We've also talked to Lakeland already to see if they have any desire to run the program, just because they're a community partner. They're not interested in being the third party, but they're interested in partnering with us for like advertising and any kind of support that way.
Further questions? Okay, seeing none, I've read the motion, so I will ask the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next report is for information only. Julie again for affordable housing funding updates.
Thank you. So at the last meeting of committee, we were asked to bring back some, like an overview of the town's affordable housing initiatives and perhaps some recommendations. So just to give you just a quick overview, so we do have a few programs already in place. We have the affordable housing policy, which rebates development charges that qualify for affordable housing. And we have, under the fees and charges bylaw, we have rebates available for affordable housing developments for the building and planning fees. And both of those are up to the 25 eligible units per year, unless approved otherwise by council. Then also, last year, we also changed the MAT budget, the Municipal Accommodation Tax Budget Principles Policy, to include affordable housing as an eligible incentive as well. And that could be for residential development charges, community improvement plans, or residential planning fees. We also have acknowledged, or the town's acknowledged through the HAD-MATA financial accountability agreement, that a portion of the MAT fees collected for short-term rentals would be used to offset affordable housing initiatives. So in the budget, I did have a little summary that's at the end here. We do have $10,000 for development charges and $6,840 for planning fees. Both of those coming from the MAT funds, and then also $50,000 in building fees that are available to be rebated. It's important. I think it's good to note that in 2021, we haven't had a big uptake on this. We've had 2021, we had 27,000. 2020, we had none. 2019, 19,000. And 2018, we've had 23,000.
Any questions from council? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. What was the rationale that we used? I don't remember us doing this, but what was the rationale we used to use some of the MAT taxes towards affordable housing? Can somebody answer that? Your Worship?
Mayor Terzian?
Yeah, that was, we were faced with the issue of short-term rentals depleting housing stock and depleting stock of affordable rentals. Like, I know it's a trickle-down effect, so we were thinking of using a sum of money from the short-term rental tax to put into affordable housing. And we did make that decision as a council, but the piece we haven't done yet, and I think it's very important that we do, is what amount per year we're going to use, whether it's a lump sum or whether it's a percentage of what's collected. Because, and this would have been one of my questions, if the Highview money goes through, we will totally have depleted our affordable housing reserve now. That, I think, was, when I asked for this report, that was a piece of it that I was hoping to see, is what amount of money from short-term rental MAT tax does council want to put into affordable housing? And it needs to be an option of either a lump sum or a percentage of collected, and whether it goes in year one and is increased, or, you know, how we're going to do it. We need to have that policy in place, and we need to have it really done quite quickly.
As a follow-up, if I might,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, yeah. So it begs the question, I guess, then, and I was going to ask this earlier with the earlier presentation, but what percentage of the MAT tax does come from short-term rental? Do we have a total of that, Julia?
I don't have it off the top of my head. I can find it for you. It's really difficult to give you what the number is going to be going forward. So the number that I might give you may not be reflective of what's going to happen in the next 10 years, because we just started really actively collecting on the MAT short-term rentals, on the short-term rental accommodations in 2020, whereas the other ones started in 2019. And we also have a lot that are catching up, that sort of thing. And also there's been a pandemic. So we don't have I have no forecast yet of what, because we don't have a year yet of say, normal operations of what it would look like. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor Terziano?
Yeah, if I
Oh,
can just-
sorry.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add one point to that too. And we have been expecting, as short-term rentals get licensed, for the MAT tax income to grow. But we know in the last couple of meetings, we're seeing a certain amount of pushback on how many short-term rentals we have, so that will also decrease the amount of tax money coming forward if we make changes to that program. So that's going to make it even more difficult to forecast.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Fitzgerald, I apologize. Thank you, Councillor Withy. I don't know who this question is for, but it's first come, first serve on these rebates, is it not? Or have we guaranteed 425 Highview the privilege of having that rebate already? I don't remember the decision we made.
Oh. So we did say that Highview would get priority for that one in that last report for 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
You notice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Withy. And this is sort of a follow-up to Councillor Fitzgerald's question. In a way, we're not dealing with so much money that we have to develop criteria as to how we divvy up the proceeds. But I wonder if at some point, if that is something that you guys are talking about. You know, again, it's not a huge pot, and one application can absorb the whole thing. But is that something we are thinking about, you know, developing criteria as to which project or whatever?
Through you, it is actually on a first come, first serve in the policy.
And that's it, right? Okay, yeah.
It does say, however, though, that we could always bring it back for council recommendation. And in the 2022 budget, we moved that over to the MAT funds to be funded through that. And so the intention was to deplete that other reserve at that time, and that there would still be MAT funds that are there ongoing that we could keep recommending to bring forward. So we would come and bring a budget deviation if we wanted to, or even in next year if we wanted in the budget process to increase that.
Any more questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to 6.1.4, Municipal Accommodation Tax Bylaw Revision. There's a motion I will read, moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It is recommended that staff be directed to amend bylaw 2019-123 Municipal Accommodation Tax Bylaw as attached to Report Corp. 2022-51, and further that the bylaw be forwarded to the June council meeting. Julia.
Thank you. So as we have noted, this is a fairly new program, the Municipal Accommodation Tax for Huntsville and Ontario. So I think from time to time, you'll see some changes that are required as we make this process a little bit more efficient and effective. So at this time, we did want to bring the bylaw back to include the definition of a bed and breakfast, and also some clarity on the short-term rental accommodation. And that was because of the bylaw, the short-term rental accommodation bylaw, that just came back to council at the last meeting, so we wanted to be consistent with that. And we also have had some instances that we're aware of now where the owner and the provider may not be the same entity. So we wanted to just provide clarity around that to ensure that we can put any arrears on the property tax account of that property.
Questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next one, you're still here, Julia. 6.1.5. This is the Fcm Municipal Asset Management Program, MAMP, and there is a long motion here. I will read. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Stone. Whereas Council approved motion 227-20 on July 20th, 2020 to apply for a grant opportunity from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Municipal Asset Management Program for asset management systems and planning advancements in Huntsville. And whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities approved the application November 2021 in the amount of $50,000, and whereas the town received approval from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to proceed with the revised project of the inventory and condition assessment of parks and trails for the asset management program. Now, therefore, it is recommended that staff proceed with retaining a consultant or contractor to complete the inventory and condition assessment of parks and trails, as well as any other related information required for asset management of those assets to be funded through the FCM grant, and further that the mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into any agreements relating to the 2020 FCM MAMP grant funding. Julia.
Sorry for that long motion. So this is just a bit of housekeeping. At the last meeting, we asked, our council approved adding that third project in there. So we did reach out to FCM, and they did allow us to add that so we can proceed with that. So this is just a bit of housekeeping so that we can go ahead and actually issue the RFP now.
Questions? You heard the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And that's it for Julia. And on to Jessica. 6.1.6. Hoodstown Road Perrin update, and there is a motion. Is there a motion? 6.1.6. Out of order. 6.1.6. Moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It is recommended that Corp. 2022-37 be postponed to the June General Committee meeting to allow for either receipt of returned registered mail or communication received from a budding landowner. Jessica, please.
There, thank you. This report is with respect to a matter that was before committee last month regarding an original road allowance closure abutting 280 Hoodstown Road. Committee asked staff to make attempts to contact the immediate abutting landowner. Registered mail was sent out the day after committee on April 28th, and the registered mail remained undelivered at the time of the report preparation. However, since preparing the report, the registered mail was picked up. The owners are unavailable. However, a family member picked up the mail and advised that prior to confirming agreement or objection to the closure, they would like to visit the site. As such, staff are recommending deferral until the June committee to obtain a response from the abutting owner.
Any questions, comments? Mayor Terziano?
So this is a little bit outside the scope of it, but even with the comments from the abutting landowner, I think more issues have been raised since last month's meeting, and I'm just wondering if postponing it without addressing some of those other things is going to get us with a decision.
Jessica?
I do believe that the abutting landowner would be helpful to get their response in terms of the use of the road allowance, as that's been the concern of the objectors.
You got something else?
I just think there were more objections than just that. And I'm just wondering, are we going to backtrack and address some of the other objections? Or what does our process tell us we can or can't do right now?
So in accordance with our policy, if there's any objections, then it comes forward to committee for consideration. If committee would like to deny the application based on the objections, they are welcome to do that.
Any other questions? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thanks, thanks, Chair. Mayor Terziano and I actually took a drive out to that particular area, trying to find where the possible right-of-way would be, and quite frankly, quite mystified by it, and I'm just wondering what the possible location could be, because all we saw was access point, basically almost like a vertical cliff that we saw there, and I think Councillor Stone experienced the same thing. So I'm wondering if somehow we could get some clarification about what we're talking about with regards to the actual access point itself, with regards to that. Like, I know that would probably require some kind of a site visit, and I don't know if we still do those kind of things or not, but I found it quite bewildering, and I think Mayor Terziano was as confused about the whole process as I was on it, so.
Councillor Armour?
Thanks, Chair. With you through you, this will come back to planning, right, for us to address it planning? When you say back to committee, or is it coming back to this committee?
Back to general committee.
Okay, thanks for that.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
It seems to me I don't know whether to support it or deny it, because I don't have enough information about the topography and some of the complainants' access. I understand the applicant and their desires, but I think I physically have to see it in order to make an informed decision. So I would recommend deferral and a site visit. It was some kind of demarcation of where the access actually is.
Councillor Mayor Terziano?
Thanks, Chair, with you. I think one of the reasons I'm hesitant to approve it right now is the correspondence we got from an abutting property owner that has a approved forestry operation in the area, and their future access to log that area when the time is right. And I would want a real concrete answer to whether they actually have access in it, and it's the right access for the operation before closing up that access point.
Jessica?
I can look into that for you.
Any other comments, questions? Is this motion somewhat redundant because you did, the registered mail was picked up anyways?
I'm still recommending deferral.
Deferral. Okay, I guess we'll ask the question and see what people want to do with this. Did you have your hand up, Councillor Fitzgerald?
Yeah, the original recommendation is to be approved. see the deferral here, so we need a motion for deferral.
Well, the motion on the table is report be postponed to the June General Committee to allow for the receipt of returned registered mail or communication. So the registered mail was picked up, but we haven't had a response yet. So that's what this is about. Okay, everybody clear? All in favor? Carried, thanks. Okay, Keith Duncan, there he is. 6.1.7, there is a motion, thankfully very short. Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that the right to disconnect policy as attached to report HR 2022-7 be adopted. Keith, please.
Thank you, Chair Withy. So on December 2nd, 2021, Bill 27, the Working for Workers Act 2021 received royal assent and amended the Employment Standards Act to incorporate the right to disconnect. The amendment does not create a legal right to disconnect. Rather, it obliges employers with 25 or more employees as of January 1st, 2022 to introduce a written disconnecting from work policy by June 2nd, 2022. Under this new provision, disconnecting from work specifically includes not engaging in work-related communications such as emails, telephone calls, video calls, sending and or receiving other messages. In other words, disconnecting implies freedom from the performance of work. The provision requires an employer to make that a policy that addresses the issue of reasonably disconnecting, but does not actually prohibit an employer from communicating with employees outside of work hours. The town's policy is based on best practices and our current approach to providing flexibility in working arrangements where possible, and general support for mental health and well-being of our employees. Management will work with the departments to outline what is reasonably required from communicating with their employees outside of regular work hours and the expectations regarding whether employees should look at these communications. Departments that have different types of positions and responsibilities will have more than one set of expectations or different requirements for different positions. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Pretty straightforward. Any questions, comments? Everybody? There's nothing in here that requires an employee to tell the employer that they're planning to disconnect at any time. They could just disconnect no matter what. Just wondering about that.
Thank you, Chair Withy. So in terms of the policy, the management would have to establish what are considered regular work hours for their staff, and based upon that, they would then set out a list of expectations in terms of what is deemed a critical or emergency communication, and what would be the requirements to respond to said critical or emergency communications. Again, that will look different, depending on the department and the position.
Okay, great. Mayor Terziano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Keith, the whole idea is for the employee not to have to respond outside of their normal work hours. But there's nothing to say that an email can't be sent outside of, you just can't expect a response.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. Yes, that would be correct. Communications can be sent outside of regular work hours, although it's not encouraged, though, right? We obviously want to demonstrate best practices and try to refrain from sending out communications outside of what would be deemed regular work hours. But if a communication is sent and it's not, meeting the threshold for that employee's, department to be classified as, critical or an emergency, piece of communication, there would be, no expectation from that employee receiving it to respond outside of their regular work hours.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other takers? Okay, I'll ask the question. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We are on to, thanks, Keith. I think that's it for you, eh? Oh, you got, oh, gosh, sorry, for information only. I guess I should read my notes. This is for the youth and student job grants, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Withy. Quickly, the town was successful this year in receiving, grant funding from two applications that we submitted, the first being the Summer Experience Program. So within that grant, we were approved for one position, which was a day camp supervisor, for a total funding of $3,698. And the second grant that we were successful in this summer was the Canada Summer Jobs Grant. Our application was approved for 3 positions for a total grant funding of $6,300. So our total youth and student job grant funding for 2022 is $9,989.
Great. Questions, comments? All right.
Thank you.
You're off the hook. Thanks. So we're on to 6.1.9. This is another for information only about the Lakeland Holding first quarter shareholder update. CAO Corey, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The report is before you today. It's just a standard quarterly report, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Mayor Terziano?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just one question under operational. It shows our dividend at $424, $200 being used to offset the general levy, which used to be $100. And I know we increased it in 2022 to $200,000, but was that not supposed to be for 1 year only? The report reads like that would be our contribution to operational going forward.
Through Mr. Chairman, I'll defer to our Director of Finance, Julia.
I believe it was going forward, it was like that, but we can certainly address that in the 2023 budget.
Okay, can we just check the resolution, because I thought it was to balance the 2022 budget to take that extra $100,000 out, but it was just for the 2022 budget.
Okay. Anything further? Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair, and perhaps CAO Corey can answer this as well. This revenue is from Lakeland Holdings, and we now know that Lakeland also is Lakeland Connect, and they're operational. Is there any word from Lakeland when we might expect our portion, or are we expecting a portion of that, or percentage of that as well, of that revenue from Lakeland Connect?
So through you, Mr. Chairman, I will have to follow up with Lakeland. All of the contributions that we receive as shareholders were identified in the report, but specifically with Lakeland Connect, I'd have to follow up with them and get back to you if it's included in those numbers or not, but I can follow up.
Good, thanks.
I did get, thank you. Any more questions or anything? That was just for information. I did get a quick message from somebody in the public saying that they're having trouble hearing. So maybe if we decrease the distance between our mouths and microphones. And that's it for me, and over to Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Chair Withy. Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So this is the community services portion of the meeting. I want to welcome down to the floor Jillian Jordan, who's our new manager of the Muskoka Heritage Place. In case anyone hasn't met her, I haven't, so officially let's say hello. But from what I've heard from our outgoing manager and some of the senior staff, we are in good hands. So no pressure, you're up. Actually, you know what? Is there a motion on this first one? Yeah. Okay, so I do have a motion here. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Dion Schumacher. It is recommended that committee approve a bylaw to amend the delegation authority bylaw 2021-17 to delegate authority to the manager of Muskoka Heritage Place or designate to enter into agreements with any necessary parties related to the consignment of goods and wares for business purposes to build an increased mission-driven and locally sourced gift shop at Muskoka Heritage Place. And further that a bylaw be presented to council for final approval. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Weep, and thank you for the warm welcome. So yes, as per the report, Council currently has the authority to approve goods and service agreements not included within that bylaw 2021 procurement policy. So I'm seeking approval from the committee to have the ability to vet and approve these consignment agreements. So it really is to drive a locally sourced, reflective of what Muskoka Heritage Place brings to the community and to tourists, some traditional crafts and wares, just really highlighting all of the local talent that we have within the community and bringing that to Muskoka Heritage Place. Also driving visitors to the site that may not necessarily be there, especially in the off-season when it is quieter, when the village and the train are closed.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm going to turn over to, Trish, you don't want to add anything to that?
No, she just.
Okay,
Give for support.
great. I'm going to turn it over to committee for questions and comments. I'm going to go to Councillor Armour and then Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious, so if you bring in your artwork and all that stuff, so someone in the shop would be responsible for selling it and collecting the money, and so is there any type of consignment or profit made for us? Is there a percentage off of that?
Through you, Chair Weeb, yes, there would be a consignment fee, so it'd be 80% to the artists and 20% to Muskoka Heritage Place for holding and displaying those wares. And it's as outlined in the appendices, we do have a transparent and fair process for vetting and selecting those artists, as well as the application and selection and the duration of when those wares are available to the public as well.
Not unlike what we have in Partners Hall currently, correct? Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. I note in the motion it says, well, maybe I'm just reading this wrong, but are you building a new building for this?
Through you, Chair Weeb, no, we are not.
Okay.
No. It just re-envisioning the current gift shop.
Okay, I just said it, I'm just reading it to build, but anyway, that's great, thank you.
Councillor Alcock, Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Weeb, and thank you, Jillian, for a really good report, and I absolutely support it. I think it's a great idea, and I'm sure the community artists will really appreciate it too, or whatever.
Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you so much. You're still up. Report CS 2022-16, Town of Huntsville 2020-2021 Collections Report. I've got a motion here moved by Jason Fitzgerald, seconded by Dion Schumacher. It is recommended that committee endorse the draft. Is this right?
No, it's not.
That's not right. This is an information piece.
Information only.
So that's the Town of Huntsville 2020-21 Collections Report for Information. So Jillian, you're on, and I'm going to just get organized.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. So this is an annual report that is submitted to committee. Obviously, with COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a delay in the reporting with 2020. So we're presenting January 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2021 collections report. So this is the entire Town of Huntsville collection, which includes Muskoka Heritage Place, as well as the art collection and sports memorabilia display collection. So, you know, over the duration of 2020 to 2021, as per the appendix collections report, we accepted just over 1,080 items into the collection. Some of those highlights include a Kent Hotel Bowl, as well as a Huntsville Lake of Bays and Lake Simcoe Navigation Company head office sign. So, you know, even though we were dealing with the pandemic, we were really successful in meeting with the volunteer group, which is the Heritage Collection Working Group, to acquire and deaccession some items. So some background on that. So we hold and manage those collections, and those are located different physical spaces throughout the Town of Huntsville. Some of those are on public display, as well as in storage, keeping in mind proper storage considerations for those artifacts and for the works of art. But yeah, I am here for any questions if you have any for those reports.
Questions from committee? Mayor Terziano.
Thanks, Chair Weeb. Thanks, Jillian. Nice report. Just out of curiosity, did you just combine the sports memorabilia and art into the heritage report, or are you now responsible for those collections as well?
Through you, Chair Weeb. Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So I guess in the past, these reports have been done separately through the manager of Recreation, Arts and Heritage at that point. So yes, we've combined those three different collections into a report. Those collections are still separate in actuality, but just for reporting purposes, they're on one report.
Anything else from committee? No? Okay, great. We're going to move on. Thanks, Jillian. I think, Trish, you're going to take over? Okay, so I have a motion moved by Jason Fitzgerald, seconded by Dion Schumacher. It is recommended that committee endorse the draft Muskoka Area Indigenous Leadership Table Friendship Accord as attached as Appendix A to Report CS 2022-17. And further, that staff report back to council with the final accord for approval. Trish.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. So the report before you, as council is, I assume, aware, the town has been involved sitting on the Muskoka Indigenous Leadership Roundtable for the last couple of years. The mayor sits on it, as does the CAO, and I've been attending the meetings as well. Before you is a copy of the draft Friendship Accord that's put together by the MALT committee, by a subcommittee, and they are recommending this Friendship Accord. It's here in front of you for any feedback or comments that I would be happy to take back to the committee.
Looking to committee for any questions or comments? Seeing none? All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. I have Simone coming to the table. So this, I'm going to read this resolution. So this is a verbal update from you, Simone, correct? From the Good Food Co-op Grocer Project? Grower Project. Go ahead, give us that update, and then we'll move on to the big one.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. On April 27th, staff were directed to work with the Muskoka North Good Food Co-op to identify potential and mutually agreeable town lands available for lease for the placement of one self-contained growing unit and one food processing marketplace unit, and to report back to committee with potential locations and draft lease agreement for this item. As a result, staff have done a full review. Based on the needs of the installation of the project and its operations and requirements, we don't have a suitable location at this time. And in the meantime, we have met with Kelly Ebbs of the Good Food Co-op a couple of times, actually. And in the meantime, she's been able to secure 3 locations that she's looking at on private lands and would like to withdraw her request.
Okay. Pretty straightforward. Any comments or questions? Sad faces? No? Okay. Great. So let's move on. Thanks for that. I have a recommendation moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. It is recommended that staff be directed to implement and administer a community recognition public benefit partners program to recognize and celebrate not-for-profit and grassroots community groups and organizations that, through their actions, benefit the community of Huntsville. And further that, staff be directed to create the criteria and the process to vet and accept community groups and organizations to provide recognition through the Community Recognition Public Benefit Partners Program. And further that, staff develop a dedicated webpage on the Town of Huntsville website to provide for a link to community services clubs. And further that, staff proceed with the installation of an LCD screen which will showcase community service club information. And further that, the cost of the LCD screen and the mounts in the amount of $1,200 includes software be funded through the marketing operating budget, Canada Summit Center. Simone.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. Recognizing our community partners and our local service groups has always been something that we've done through the Leisure Guide in print. We've not had a printed Leisure Guide in some time. We're not going back to a printed guide in the near future. So it makes sense to add the web page, do an LCD screen, and even post those plaques in the Canada Summit Center and create this program. And in fact, we were in the process of doing this. We do have a process. When we stopped doing the Leisure Guide, we actually met with marketing, looked at actually posting this information on our website. It would be up to date and very accessible by people in Huntsville and beyond. So I am available for any other questions.
Okay, going to committee for questions, comments. I'm going to go with Mayor Terziano, followed by Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, thanks for this. Probably a good program that's going to address many things in the future. But where this came from was a couple of months ago for a group asking to hang a plaque, and I still don't see a location for that plaque to be hung in this report.
Through you, Chair Weeb. We certainly have space at the Canada Summit Center to certainly do that. And it is part of the program to hang those plaques and find a suitable location that's suitable to them and us. We certainly have space at the Canada Summit Center. It's not something that going forward we're seeing a lot of groups continue to do. They're not doing as many plaques. They're doing a little bit more virtual. So we certainly want to be able to have that opportunity for them in this program. And we'll be open to those requests. It'll be part of the request process of what they would like to see, either on the website, on the LCD screen, or an actual posting of a plaque, or any out of the three, any combination.
Follow up, yep.
So just more specifically, the Kiwanis Club came back in February, I believe. Have you met with them, and have they got a place to hang their plaque yet?
No, we wanted to make sure that we were getting committee's support to be able to go forward and do the three options so that we could offer that to them. So as soon as we can do that, we'll have them in and find a suitable location for the plaques, but also hope that we can get them up on the website to promote and celebrate who they are as well.
Good. Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Councillor Weep. Thanks, Simone, and I think it's probably a leap forward, because I know as a member of one or some of these clubs in our community that there's not always the ability to be computer savvy by the age of some of the members of the groups. So we seem to be moving more and more to social media and those platforms, and it's certainly an option. I do like the heritage factor of some plaques and naming and that kind of thing. So great job keeping all the clubs inclusive, and I think it will be a benefit to all the clubs to be on the website and to have that option at the Summit Center for active promotion of their clubs. So can only benefit the community.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other comments or questions from committee? Seeing, the CAO would like to weigh in. Denise, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think it's important to note that we didn't disregard the request of the Kiwanis Club. We took it as an opportunity to do something a little bit bigger and better. So Simone absolutely will be in touch with them. We didn't think the committee was really interested in actually specifically approving the wall that the plaques were on. If we've misread that, please advise. But we will absolutely work with the user groups to find out where the best location is. But it was a great opportunity for staff to say, we can do something better than just a plaque on the wall. We can actually get those connections out to the community and broader than that. So that's why we did it a bit more of an enhanced approach. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Okay, seeing no more follow-up, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thanks, everyone. Okay. I somehow found it easier on Zoom to do this, but I'm going to relinquish the chair. Imagine that. Councillor Thompson, would you please take the chair?
There's a formality involved here, you know? Thanks, Councillor Weeb. We have a couple of resolutions with regards to ops, and I'll read the first one. Moved by Councillor Withy, seconded by Councillor Armour. It recommended that committee approve the tendering of, in 2022, of the following: one tandem axle combination dump /plow truck at an approximate cost of $350,000, one 3-ton small dump truck at an approximate cost of $125,000, and further that the purchases be funded from the Fleet Capital Reserve in the 2023 budget year. And Roads Manager Kevin Bocock is here. Kevin?
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Just to take us back, last year, Council was gracious enough to approve the early purchase of a tandem combination plow truck. At that time, we put 2009 on the block to be taken away once that truck showed up. We're still expecting delivery, hopefully by fall. The truck that is going is 0905, but 2009. At that time, I did mention to Council that we had 3 09s that we are going to be looking at getting rid of in the next coming years, one at a time. In this report here, we put a 2012 in there. So I just wanted to bring that to Council's attention. This 2012 has been giving us quite a bit of issues lately. We're averaging $20,000, $23,000 the last 3 years for this truck. So we're looking at extending the 2009 that was on the block this year and put the 2012 in its place. Also to note, this 2012 is sander only, and we're looking at putting a plow combination on it to keep it in with our fleet and to make it more versatile. Instead of just having a truck that can only sand, we'd like to be able to plow with it too. With the 2008, it is due for replacement in 23. And talking to dealers and getting prices on this, it's noted that they won't even give us a delivery date. They're just, the parts and everything are just so far behind. So that's why I thought I'd combine that at this time with it to get it going and get it ready to go. The 2008, we had to get an emissions test this past year, and we had a lot of trouble getting it through. It took us 3 times to get it through. So we want to kind of get rid of that as soon as we can, and we don't want to spend any more money and try to emissions again or anything. So that's why I've got these reports here.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Any questions? Okay, I see none. All in favor? Carried. Thanks, Kevin. Thank you. And our next resolution is moved by Councillor Withy, seconded by Councillor Schumacher, whereas staff have investigated the requirements to impose a vessel operation restriction regulation, or VORR, on Clark Lake, and whereas a VOR is considered a tool of last resort for local authorities, that being the town, and whereas there are a number of requirements for the town to complete prior to applying for a VOR, now therefore it is recommended that staff be directed to continue to work with concerned residents to attempt to resolve the issue of powered vessels on Clark Lake using means other than the VOR. Tarmo is here. Tarmo, go ahead.
I guess good afternoon, Council. With respect to the VORR, I was asked at the last General Committee meeting by Council to give an update on the VORR process, which at the time I didn't have the information. And this time I've done quite extensive homework on looking at what the details or what it entails to apply the VORR. So the VORR that's being requested with no power vessels or no power and electric vessels is only applied to 27 lakes in Ontario, and only one of which is in Muskoka. And the Muskoka Lake is Atkins Lake in Bracebridge, and it allows for electric motors, but no other powered vessels. As you can see in the report, I'm not going to be reading through all of the details in terms of the nuances and what the work that needs to be completed. It would take a significant amount of staff time to simply go through the application process, which is not a guarantee. If the federal government turns it down, which they do on a regular basis based on my consultations with Transport Canada, then we're no further ahead, and we've invested a lot of time in that. There were other costs related to this, other than the staff time, would be the signage. And I know that the Clark Lake Association had made mention in their deputation that they would take care of the cost of the signage, but this would provide a liability for the town because the town is responsible under the Canada Shipping Act for the enforcement of any VORR that it applies for successfully in places on a body of water. It's all navigable bodies of water in Canada. The further cost is the cost of enforcement, which wouldn't be a direct cost to the municipality per se, because the MNR as well as the OPP would be responsible for this. But the town is responsible for reporting to the federal government on the efficacy of the VORR and the enforcement activities that are undertaken. And that is done on a regular cycle. To be fair, I don't actually know what that cycle is, whether I would assume an annual report or an annual basis would likely be the time interval. Other than actually going through the specifics, the two main points made by the residents the first one relates to environmental impact, and working with Muskoka Watershed, Clark Lake is actually not at any kind of environmental risk and is actually classified in their lowest category of sensitivity. Point number two, in terms of safety, having discussed with our partners with the OPP, and well, I did look into it briefly with Andrew and bylaw, and we've had no formal complaints. The OPP were reluctant to give any real information or data. Suffice to say that there haven't been any formal safety concerns brought forward to government officials. That's not to say that the OPP haven't received calls of complaints or concerns from residents, but they wouldn't give that detail to me. So with that, I welcome any questions, Chair Thompson.
Okay, thanks, Tarmo. Any questions? Let's start with Councillor Alcock, Deputy Mayor Alcock first.
Thank you, Chair Thompson, and thanks, Tarmo, for the report. I guess I think your comments were well taken, and obviously you've done a lot of research. I feel if we don't pursue this, I don't really see what other options there are. I mean, in essence, in the recommendation, staff be directed to continue to work with concerned residents to attempt to resolve the issue. And from what we heard before from the residents, and what we've received, lately, numerous letters saying, we've exhausted all options. There really isn't another alternative. So in looking at the recommendation today, if we support it to say, pursue something, I'm not sure what we're pursuing, and that's my question. Do you feel there is an avenue that they haven't pursued?
Through you, Chair Thompson, sure. Deputy Mayor Alcock, the foundational issue here is it seems to be an issue between neighbors. A new resident moves into the area. Now, the existing residents have an understanding. They all agree to no powered vessels, and the new resident wants to come in and put a sea-doo on the lake. Other than circling a few times, it's so small that you'd probably get bored of that pretty quickly too. But that fact aside, the challenge with this kind of a relationship is that there hasn't been any kind of mediated discussions between the Sea-Doo owners and the rest of the Clark Lake residents. And in fact, in our discussions with Shelley and Terry from Clark Lake, their depiction of the relationship between that resident and the rest is that it's a very volatile situation. There's a lot of yelling, screaming, swearing, and accusations on either side. And if that's the case, then nobody's really discussed the matter in a calm, rational way to see if you can mediate some kind of solution. Now, the question at the staff level is how many of these resident situations do we want to get involved in and mediate it? And I appreciate that, depending on what the issue is, it varies broadly across the municipality. However, that's something that has not been tried to this point.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. And thank you for that, Tarmo. So in essence, though, you're suggesting that one of the possible solutions would be mediation. Okay.
Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I'm kind of I concur with Councillor Alcock in that I understand what you're saying about mediation. I would venture to say that I'm doubting that would get anywhere, considering what we've heard and certainly your comments just now. So, I mean, I don't know that we're going to get a ton of these requests. I think that it takes time and it's hard. I don't know that that's a reason to stop going down this road. I feel that it's a reasonable request. The VOR exists for a reason, probably this very kind of application. And I guess I feel that we should keep going down that road. I get what you're saying about mediation. I just don't think it's going to go anywhere, considering what we've heard about the parties to date. I don't know that somebody else in the room is going to stop all the yelling and swearing and everything else. It seems like somebody's pretty determined to upset the balance that's been there. So I feel that we should continue on with this VOR, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I understand the mediation part and meeting with them and discussing the situation and trying to find some level ground there. I'm just wondering, the second part of this was, have you sought any advice from the Regional Transportation and Canadian Marine? Like, that's part of the whole program. Don't you contact them first to see if it falls under the criteria of the VOR?
Through you, Chair Thompson. Councillor Armour, yeah. The mediation process, to Deputy Mayor Alcock and Councillor Withy's points as well, has to form part of that, and it's through the consultation with the federal government. So there are other steps that need to be taken prior to embarking on the VORR process, which is it's statutory. It's laid out statutorily that it's a tool of last resort.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Thanks, Tarmo, for bringing this forward to us. I have mixed emotions about this, but I think that we have a lot of little lakes here, and I think there's a lot of handshake and old agreements like this. And we know that water quality is becoming an issue in a lot of places, and we're taking all kinds of steps to ensure this. I think is this our opportunity to learn how this process works? Because I think it's going to be something that possibly becomes more common as we grow. Let it be a learning exercise for us. And, if there is part of the process where they are mediating and we may not get the result we want, but we know how to prepare ourselves so we can move to the future with this knowledge that we gain through this exercise. So I see it as a benefit.
Yes, Mayor Terziano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually happy to support the resolution to move forward. But in doing so, I would prefer that we had somebody reach out to the individual in the lake. We don't know whether it's truly is a sea-doo or a big boat or a little fishing boat, or if they want to go out boating on Saturday mornings and no other time. We don't know whether the lake could actually be mediated to accept one small boat on for, maybe purposes like fishing. We don't really know what this one resident is going to do. So I think it's worth reaching out to see, not just through mediation to get this resident not to have a boat, but maybe to see what the lake could live with. Given that we may pass a resolution to go ahead with the process, it's still going to take 2 years, even if it happens. So a little mediation in the meantime, I don't think would be a bad thing.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Thompson, and I think all of the comments are interesting, and I was reviewing the recommendation again, and if what I'm hearing correctly, Tarmo, it is, you're suggesting that even if we said, yes, we want to go the VOR route, they would say, have you tried mediation first? So everything in this resolution I like, with the very exception at the very last, which says using means other than the VORR. So I feel like if we just tweak that to say as a first step, rather than we're dismissing the VOR, and we might end up doing that, right? But I've come around and I can accept this, but with the assumption that we may still go the route of VORR if everything, hits the fan.
Councillor, we'll then go to Councillor Weeb and then back to you afterwards. If you don't mind.
Thanks, Chair Thompson. I really appreciate the comments that made by Deputy Mayor Alcock there, and I think that I'm in favor of continuing the process, but finding perhaps some mediation solutions prior to that, because the converse could occur where the VORR is actually abandoned, and the mediation that's been reached and some of the agreements and goodwill that's been reached might be to everyone's benefit. Because if we don't take that step first and this isn't achievable and Transport Canada denies it, et cetera, it's probably going to be a free-for-all worse than what we're seeing now. So I'd like to see the process continue, and I'm in favor of that.
Okay, Councillor Withey. Where's your yellow hand? Yeah. Councillor Withey and then Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I concur with Deputy Mayor Alcock. I would, as you've mentioned, that mediation is actually part of prerequisite for the VOR. I don't know if we need to, I'd like to put forward an amendment to change the last line on this that says other than, using means other than the VOR. I'd like to propose that change.
I think our Deputy Clerk is working on that. In the meanwhile, let's go to Councillor Schumacher. Okay.
Thank you, through you, Chair Thompson. To Tarmo, I would agree with what Councillor Fitzgerald said. I believe we will see this sort of come forward, and it's our chance to sort of get a look at this. And I guess I am curious. We do not have any lake in the town of Huntsville with like vessel restriction at this point, because I wanted to say Harp Lake or something that had some sort of vessel restriction.
So through you, Chair Thompson, the vessel restrictions that I was talking were only Schedule 2 or 3 restrictions from the regulation. There are 6 different categories or 6 different schedules of restrictions that can be placed, anywhere from putting a speed limit on the lake to limiting the horsepower of the power-driven vessels, wake distance restrictions, a number of different restrictions, all of which we see throughout Muskoka. What I was specifically referencing was the total ban of power-driven vessels.
Mayor Terziano, go ahead.
I'm just leaning over and reading the resolution. The clerk is doing a resolution such that we continue with mediation, and if that doesn't work, then we file with the VORR. I think we want them to be done simultaneously, don't we?
So, Crystal, then, is this like a friendly amendment, or do we have to go? No, it's not okay. So we need a mover and a shaker?
We do. All of our amendments do require a mover and a seconder. We don't have that like the district. I'm just looking for some clarification, if I may.
Yes.
Are you looking to proceed with the VORR as well as mediation? Because I'm hearing from the director that mediation is required prior to proceeding with the board.
I think that's the general feeling here, yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm not able to share my screen, but I can print this out for you, Councillor Thompson, if you'd like to take a look at it.
In the meanwhile, Councillor Harmer.
Thank you, Chair Tom. I think that the whole thing, you have to try mediation first and then seek advice from.
So that's correct. The first
You
step.
can't just go right to the VOR. You have to seek advice from them first before you can go to that next step.
Crystal?
If I may ask for a 2-minute recess to consult with the director, please.
You certainly do. In the meanwhile, Mayor Terziano?
Yeah, the part that I want to clarify, though, is we're going to do mediation first, but then if in 3 months, do we need to come back and get a resolution to file a VORR if that doesn't work? Or do we want that in the resolution today so that if the mediation doesn't work, we're going to file? We want that in today's resolution, correct?
Could I get clarification from the CAO on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I'm hearing around the table is that there is a desire to do the VORR. I'm also hearing from the director that it is a request or a requirement identified by the government saying that we need to identify that we've taken all steps possible to mitigate the issue.
Right.
So they need to find out how the mitigation efforts worked out. And then that would be something that would be submitted with the application for the VORR. The issue is I think once mitigation takes place, if it's not going to work and we need to come back, we would have to discuss the resources required to proceed with the application. So that's the only piece that would not be identified in this resolution. If we were to proceed with the VORR, then we have to determine the resources that are required to submit the application. And I do believe that was outlined in the report with respect to that. Mr. Chairman, I do think the director
So
has
that would
something.
require a new resolution at a later date then?
I would believe so, yes,
Okay.
but perhaps the
All right.
director who's
So then,
much.
how does this relate to what we're doing today then, Crystal? Yep. Carmel?
And Chair Thompson, I'd just like to add that the requirement to have a council resolution specifically directing staff to engage in the VORR process is required to move into the VORR. So the local authority, that's part of the Canada Shipping Act. The local authority is required to direct staff directly through a council resolution to move into the VORR.
Okay, so, thanks, Tarmo. So, Crystal, then, with the amendment that's been suggested by Councillor Withy, then does that cover the initial phase of this without committing us to the VOR at a later point, or how does that work?
At this time, I have something prepared that would proceed with the mediation, and then should a resolution not be found, then staff would report back on proceeding with the VOR process, including appropriate resources and costing. But if you're looking to do that, again, if I could just have 2 minutes just to have that all ready for you to read for committee.
I think that's where we wanted to go, but before you do, I think Councillor Withy wants to add something here.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. My concern was that the original motions basically shut down the VOR process, period. I see in your report, and as Councillor Armour has pointed out, that it says that prior to applying, number one, work with interested parties. 2, seek advice and guidance from the Regional Transport Canada Marine Safety and Security Office prior to the VOR. That's what you were talking about.
Correct.
I don't know if that has to be part of this motion or the amended motion. I just wanted, what I didn't want to see was that we were writing off the VOR process entirely. All that other stuff is all valid. I don't know that that has to be part of this massive motion today.
I think we're okay with that, Councillor, because really it's just that last line, I think, that would take it away from the VOR, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct so far?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as outlined by Councillor Withy, that is part of the process that they would request. So due to the fact that resolution, the motion is stating that we would try to mitigate the issue. If that doesn't happen, staff will report back, and the next step will be to proceed. So I don't think the motion before committee today precludes the fact that we would not be proceeding with the
Okay.
VORR. It's simply a step in the process.
Right.
Staff will report back with a full report on the outcome of the mediation.
Okay, Tarmo? Okay. Yes, and you want 2 minutes?
I'm going to attempt to share my screen if I may.
You certainly can, please. So the original mover was Councillor Withy and the seconder was Schumacher. Would you both stand up for this particular change? Yep, okay. So I can read it from here, Crystal, is that okay? Moved by Councillor Withy, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Whereas staff have investigated the requirements to impose a vessel operation restriction regulation, VORR, on Clark Lake, and whereas a VORR is considered a tool of last resort for local authorities, that being the town, and whereas there are a number of requirements for the town to complete prior to applying for a VORR, now therefore, it is recommended that staff be directed to continue to work with concerned residents to attempt to resolve the issue of powered vessels on Clark Lake using means other than the VORR at this time. And further that should a resolution not be found, staff be directed to report back on proceeding with the VORR process, including appropriate resources and costing associated. Further discussion on this, Your Worship.
Just the lack of any kind of a time frame.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I think Councillor Weeb was first, then Councillor Armour. Okay.
Thanks, Chair Thompson. I don't mean to nitpick about it, but since that's what we're doing, I'm going to. No, I guess I worry that this resolution, the way it's worded, isn't setting us up for success, right? Like we're kind of setting up the parties to say, go pretend to talk about it, and then don't worry, we're going to just plow forward with the VOR process. And that's not mean to, I don't mean that to, to take the steam out of anyone, but I guess I guess it worries me a little bit that it's a little bit lip service and we're going for it anyway. I'd really like to see a really robust and fulsome discussion with the residents to find an actual solution there that everyone can be happy with. That would be I think the best way to go, but I feel like we're setting up for skipping that step. Anyway.
Okay, I'm not sure I agree with that, but anyway, Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I was just going to ask actually Tarma what he thought would be a time frame to bring this information back to us. So, what do you think would be reasonable?
How long is a piece of string? I would suggest that I'd have to, right now with the manager of parks being off, which is why I'm presenting this process to begin with, I'd suggest putting at least a 3-month period on this to allow me to work through this and a number of the other items that I'm working on concurrently.
Okay, thank you, Tarmo. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I understand where Councillor Weeb is coming from. There's part of me that feels that, and it is nitpicking, and I apologize to everybody, but that it probably would suffice just to include at this time, and then leave that last paragraph, because the last paragraph really says, well, when the mediation fails, you're going to come back. And in a way, if the mediation fails, then you're going to come back anyway. So I'm not sure the necessity of highlighting the fact that it might fail. And I know that's really nitpicky, but it at this time actually does resolve the earlier comment about, are we ever going to pursue?
Oh, I see.
Right? Because it said in the original, it said, other than the VORR, which means we're going to do this and we're not doing that. This says something different. It says, at this time, we're not doing it. So I don't know if that's the same as what you're saying, Councillor Weeb, but I concur. I think the only change that I would like is the at this time.
So you're suggesting that last paragraph is
Be deleted.
rather redundant or moot. Okay, Councillor Stone first and then Councillor Withy.
Thank you very much. I disagree. I think it brings a hammer to the meeting in the mediation so that, look, let's actually find a real resolution. Otherwise, we're going to move forward. So I'm happy with that. And I'm happy with the 3-month time frame so that residents can see if it's actually, if some mediation is actually working through the summer months.
Right, okay.
Councillor Willie?
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I happen to disagree as well on the nitpickers, but for a little bit of a different reason. One is that I don't read that last statement as saying that we're going to forge ahead. It's saying we're gonna get a report back on proceeding, including appropriate resources and costing. So that doesn't give us, that doesn't say full steam ahead, in my opinion. So I think we should just leave it alone. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Fitzgerald, you're the last one.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I tend to agree with Councillor Stone and Councillor Withey, and I think we should send our best negotiators in there, Councillors Weep and Alcock.
It's getting personal. CAO Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to confirm, because we are sitting at committee today, the resolution will be ratified at the June council meeting. And we do not have a council meeting cycle in August, so that would most likely result in the report coming back in September. So that is actually 4 months, 3 months, yeah. So as long as committees can understands that.
We're cool.
Okay.
I think we're cool with that. Okay. Last comment. Go ahead, Mayor Torziano.
So, Madam CEO, you're suggesting that we can't start working on this until it's ratified, the mediation?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So our typical, and I would defer to the clerks if they would like to jump in on this, but typically the reason things come to committee is to give things a second sober thought. So until it's ratified in June, it's not typically formal direction that staff would follow up on, because there potentially is the option that that direction could change when it gets to council. However, having said that, that's the legislated portion on how it works. We can certainly reach out to residents to let them know that there is a desire to move this forward, but again, keeping in mind it's not ratified by council until June. So I can give direction to staff to proceed as long as you are all aware that it's not ratified by council until June. So just so that we're clear on that.
Thanks for that, very much for that. Yeah. Crystal?
Just wanted to know procedurally, so this is the amendment, so we
Yes.
just need to vote on the amendment, and then should committee be happy with that, we do need to vote on the motion as amended.
As amended, okay. So we've seen the amendment, and
We need a time in there, 3 months?
I think the 3 months is understood, though. We're okay with that? Okay. Without putting the time limit in there, okay? All right, so you've heard the resolution, and you've now all seen it, and we're not having any further discussion on this, so all those in favor?
I'll vote in favor, too.
Even Councillor Weeb, that's passed. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. So the original resolution as amended, all those in favor? Thank you very much. You're a stellar group, and that was a good discussion. Tarmo, thank you so much for your patience on this and your help and information. And so that's me, and so now over to Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. And under Development Services, we actually only have one item. And before I turn it over to our director, I am going to read the motion, and it has been moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that committee direct staff to continue discussions with the Muskoka Community Land Trust and the District of Muskoka regarding the development of an attainable housing project on Concession 1, Lot 12, RP 35R5971, Parts 10 and 11 Florence Street West. Over to you, Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. Sorry, can everybody hear me? No? It's on. Is it not on? Yeah. Okay, sorry. As committee may recall, staff were directed to engage with stakeholders and discuss the potential for a small home development on that property. And we have since, for the last few months, been engaged in discussions with the District of Muskoka and the Community Land Trust on their proposal that they provided to council today. And there's been a lot of different options looked at and different suggestions as to how we could make this work. And so at this time, we are just requesting that we get permission to move forward and keep discussing how it could work with the Land Trust in the District of Muskoka.
Right, that's back to me. I forgot. I'm sorry. I completely am losing it today. All right, thank you for that. Everybody's read the report. Are there any questions with respect to the direction? Not seeing any questions, so I have read the motion. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. How about that? Thank you, Kirsten. And with that, that's it for me, and I'm turning it back over to Her Worship.
Thank you, all chairs. We're to new business, and the first item under new business is inclement weather, and I think Councillor Schumacher, that's on our agenda at your request.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, this was supposed to actually come last month, but I was not here. So March, we're going back to March 30th, we had that big, lovely freezing rain day. And I did have some people reach out to me because we had started back with community services, and being Vice Chair of Community Services, I had a few people reach out in regards to swimming lessons were on the go, and what does cancellation look like for swimming lessons, that type of thing. So it got me talking to Director Babineau with requests, or with sort of conversation around, we had approved through operations a declaration of inclement weather, and that vehicles then, we would sort of lower our ability to make things work because of the inclement weather. Translating that then to our community services, if we are up and functioning as we are now with COVID being out, if we end up canceling services, that is a level of service that I believe has to come to this table for discussion. So, and in conversation with people from community reaching out to me, their thought was, well, if we cancel swimming lessons or an activity, then we're responsible to tag it on to the end, which is not necessarily the case too. So I believe there is some communication that needs to go out if these things do occur. And then in conversation with Director Babineau, there had been a case where we did declare inclement weather. The community center, the Summit Center was open, and staff were at a disadvantage to be able to get home because the plows had not been out. So I think there's a few levels of conversation. Of course, we're hopefully not coming into any inclement weather between now and next winter. But I guess my thought was bringing forth the conversation around inclement weather. If we declare it as a town, how does that then affect our community services and our staff and what we are offering to the community at that time, knowing that we also hold that space as an emergency shelter space as well, too. So I think there's a few things to think about when it comes to inclement weather and just what had been brought up the day of that big freezing rain day.
I think, I'll kick it off.
Yes.
I think probably, we passed the resolution as far as the road work goes of declaring a significant weather event. But I think as far as our facilities and programs being opened or shut down, I feel should be left at a staff level. They're fully aware of when our facilities need to be used as a resource center for some reason, and I think that they're probably most qualified to make the call whether to send staff home, and if programs are canceled, whether to refund portions of the fees or add on to it. I think we give them the ability to make those decisions. Councillor Fitzgerald.
I think that's part of the conversation for sure. I think maybe what I understood from Councillor Schumacher is that, what is the policy? How do we alert the public that this is happening? Because if we're missing a person at the Summit Center, you can't find out if the program is canceled or not. So, is there still 70 families hopping in their vehicles and coming to the Summit Center. Is it canceled? How do we know? So I think it's more about communicating these issues than the issues themselves.
So we're looking for more of a communication plan.
Yeah, I
For
would say that's
inclement
fair, like,
weather.
instead of them calling us, what is the next level around the communication piece? And then, yeah, as I said, I have people calling me thinking automatically they get a refund. How are those processes?
Madam CAO, could you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have in the past, that's how we've handled situations, whether it's declared an inclement weather event or whether it's just bad weather and we have to close facilities. We consult with the library all the time. We try to be unified in our processes. I do think that it's reasonable to leave that with staff to base on those decisions. If there are cancellation of programs, we do immediate blasts on social media. We put it on our website. We do have staff that are located at the Summit Center they can take the calls. What I would suggest, if I was a parent of a child who was in a swimming program and I looked out and couldn't see the other side of the street, I would probably call before I jumped in my car with my child to go to the Summit Center just to confirm, is the program running, is it not running? I certainly don't think that all of you should be getting the phone calls. I would strongly encourage you to have them call the Summit Center or staff or check the social media sites. That's where we would put the posting. That's the most immediate way of communication. I'd have to defer to Director Babineau if we actually put it on the radio. I don't know off that offhand, but I do know that we use social media as soon as we decide those programs are canceled.
You know what, and I realize we use social media, but we also have to realize not everybody's on social media. And there should be a telephone number in inclement weather for people to call that's going to get answered. Like, there should be an inclement weather telephone number for programming. Because too often, honestly, we do answer our phones because they're all usually cell phones. But we phone facilities and don't get answers, and I'm sure the public does. So maybe part of that plan is to have a dedicated number and not just rely on Facebook. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. I just think also something we should do with when someone's signing up for a program, that we maybe have a little flyer or something to remind them in the case of bad weather that check the local website, being the town of Huntsville, and we could easily, IT can put something right up front saying, swimming lessons canceled today due to weather. I think that's a quick and easy route for everybody to follow. I hate to see it get confused with the phone numbers and a bunch of other stuff to follow.
Councillor Schumacher, are you happy with that conversation? We leave it with staff to beef up?
Yeah, I'm
our-
definitely fine with that.
Okay.
If I may, Madam Chair? Just a really quick question for Director Babineau. I also know that people are registered through our site, they're registered through our program, whereby we would have email addresses. So I would ask Director Babineau if we actually do an email blast out if the programs are canceled. Because I don't know that for sure, and if we don't, it's probably another option that we can send out a notice through our registrants that the programs have been canceled by email as well. But I'd have to ask her if that happens.
Is that on? Okay. Thank you for that. Yes, we actually do make a number of efforts to reach patrons. So first of all, our customer service staff are last to leave, other than our facility staff. So there's usually one, at least, answering the phone if it was a really dicey ride home. We also do a social media blast through our marketing department. We do have the email system now through our new Perfect Mind system, which is fantastic, and we've been able to update that and upgrade that over the last year. We've been able to do some improvements in that capacity. So we have the ability to do a quick email to anyone registered in a swimming class. It will go just to that swimming class or to that yoga group. So we're able to do that. So we're taking the phone calls. We are doing social media. We are updating the website wherever possible. We're also updating the message on our general phone number. So the customer service desk number that everybody would have that's on everything, we can update the message in case they don't get through. That's what we're doing. We are the emergency shelter for all of the community, the hospital, the OPP, and the school, for the high school. So it's not very often that we would ever close our doors, even if we were on minimal staff. So we do try to balance that out. I think the problem that arose last March was that we declared it, that we had a declaration of inclement weather, and the challenge was that we couldn't keep the plows on the road, let alone get people home. So that was a little bit unique, and certainly we've learned a lot from it and have some improvements to make for this winter. So we have some suggestions going forward. I would suggest to you that we don't have the availability to reschedule missed programs, especially in swimming, just because that next session starts right away. We do try every effort to make sure that the child or person in that class gets their required amount of time to complete their level. So we make extra classes, we try to make that up. We can't always do that, but we'll take that into consideration at the next class or something like that. So I think we're very flexible in this. It's really, the question that arose last March was really if we were pulling plows off the road, should we be sending staff home? And it's been our best practice to not send staff home unless they were living very far away or there was some issues. So we certainly ask patrons to call first if they have any question, but if there is any question about their safety, not to come in, and we will work with them beyond that date. I hope that answers all your questions.
Okay, let's move to Kent Park design. Harmo?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is just a quick verbal update on what's going on with Kent Park, because I'm getting a lot of different questions from council as well as the public and everything in between. So Kent Park, I'm happy to report on my drive in this morning, the trees are in. They just planted them all this morning. The most recent change order that we've issued is to remove all of the river stones around the large rocks. So the design around if you're looking at the drawings here, which I've provided both our artist's conception, the sketch, as well as the approved engineering drawing for Kent Park, had river stones towards the back wall of the park. So facing kind of the landscaping, I've got it oriented incorrectly here, but to the east and to the north. So that landscaping and the shade there, that's where the river stones were on the sides of the large boulders in and of itself. Well, that was identified by the BIA through a number of concerns that those river stones are the perfect baseball-sized throwing object, and that we may have some people in town that pick up and use that to their advantage. As a result, what we've done is we've changed the design to remove all of the river stone and put in around behind the matching mulch to the front of it. It matches the front of the stone. So we've got mulch all the way through. It provides a nice contrast in terms of darkness against the gray stone, which is one of the concerns that's been raised, and matches the mulch around behind the retaining wall in the back corner of Kent Park. The mulch also matches the rest of the downtown motif throughout, so we're looking, it kind of blends in well that way. Each of these change orders does come with a cost. I can't give you a cost off the top of my head in terms of what removing the river stone and going to mulch is. Mulch in and of itself isn't that expensive. The river stone was. We will look to retain that river stone for other projects where we might see in town. Other than that, the one comment I would like to make about the trees is that they are small at this time. So against the very large rock backdrop, the proportion will seem off at this point, and it's obviously going to take some time for the trees to grow. So I'm available for questions related to Kent Park.
Darrell, one question right off the bat. There's timbers along the back of the park next to the building on Main Street. Is that going to be fencing, or why are those timbers there?
I would have to look at at that, Your Worship. I don't know off the top of my head.
The scheduled fence between the,
I don't believe there is,
okay.
but I'll have to double check that.
Any other questions? Councillor Stone?
You mentioned the trees, but is there going to be substantial gardens as well?
That's correct. Through you, Chair, Councillor Stone, there will be shrubbery. There's shrubbery in among the trees, especially around the back portion of the park, as well as flower beds.
Okay. Thank you for that update. The CAO has a couple of Lakeland question answers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to confirm, the additional $100,000 that was in the 2022 budget was a one-time contribution, so I apologize that wasn't clear in the report. So that will come back into the budget, back to $100,000 for 2023. And with respect to Councillor Thompson's question regarding Lakeland Connect, Lakeland actually did a rebranding last year, and it might be a portfolio under the parent company. Our dividends are based on the parent company, so any subsidiary groups that would be created under that still all comes through the money that we receive annually. So there's no additional funds, or if there are, it would come up through the main parent company. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Quickly find those answers. Good stuff. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It's recommended that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public, commencing now at 1:05 p.m. for the purpose And we're back in open session, and we have no resolutions coming out of closed session. So I have a resolution moved by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Withy. It is now recommended that we do now adjourn at 1:15 PM. All in favor? And that carries.